Join us today. We'll begin with Pule by Commissioner Lasua.
Aloha, e puli kako. Lord, we ask you to bless all of us here today. We ask you to bless our commissioners that we may be able to make decisions that will benefit our beneficiaries. We ask that we bless those who's not available at this time and all of those that's on the online system. We ask all of this in your son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held virtually or on Zoom and in person at Halepunui 91-5420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu. Carly Watson, Chairman of the Commission. Today's date is Monday, August 18, 2025. It's 9:40. Leah, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Freitas.
Sure.
Commissioner Kaliakini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaniakua should be joining us on Zoom. Sorry, one second. Let me just make sure. Yes, there we go. And, okay. Commissioner Kaniakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua.
Aye.
Commissioner Marthel. Commissioner Namu is also joining us by Zoom. Commissioner Ornelas.
Present.
And Chair Watson.
Here.
9 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, approval of the agenda. The commission will convene in a adjudicatory session and have lunch at noon. Tonight's community meeting will start at 6:30 p.m. at the Waimanalo Hawaiian Homestead Allow, located at 41-253 Ilahole Street, Waimanalo, Hawaii 96795. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, agenda item. Are there any edits or comments for the July 21st and 22nd, 2025 meeting minutes? Not, entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Aye.
Okay, we're gonna start with a public testimony on the agendized items. And first of all, let's start with Kanani Abe.
Aloha,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I was kind of hoping if I could speak later. Could I speak later in the agenda? If not, then I understand.
No, you can talk later if you want. That's no
Okay.
problem. Okay, the
Mahalo.
next person, Janice Herrick. Okay, no Janice. Okay, the next person, Dimant Manole.
All right, here we go. Hey, everybody, aloha. Good to see everybody again. Okay, so want to get to my points here for the agenda. I would like strong support for C1. Really appreciate the work that is being done there. I'm glad that it's going to go forward today and being heard. Appreciation for Lehua and the Nahazda submittal. Boy, that was an extensive submittal over there. Like everything Lehua does, she and her crew are keeping it pono and with respect to Nahazda. Okay. Then I also like to support a lot of the proposed bills that is on the agenda for consideration, especially for the HHFDC and HCDA. We're really looking forward to the director or his designee to be able to be on HCDA and HHFDC. And strong support for the geothermal issue as well. So we pretty much support everything on the agenda for, especially the TAT. We're looking at that being done. Strong support for F4, Kalaeloa Homeland Solar, Auntie Jody and Brother Randy. We had a good talk about the solar project. It should be pivot. So we strongly support that. And then also congratulations to Nanakuli Ranch for updating their DCCA registration. And to Kalei Young and LMD for not abandoning this hui, but allowing them to correct the DCCA filing. And it just shows that Hawaiians, bro, we're coming together, bro. We're doing a lot of work, getting stuff done, bro. So I really appreciate that. I'm glad a lot of stuff is moving forward, and I hope to be able to comment more on the what they call it, the agenda, J agenda. So aloha, everybody. We got family business got to take care of, and we'll be on the Aina right now, and we'll see you guys soon. Aloha, mahalo for being able to participate.
Okay, thank you. The next testifier, Elise Davis.
Hi, good morning. Aloha Chair and Commissioners. My name is
Morning.
Elise Davis. I'm here today as the daughter of Jeanette Kahahane Whakawai, the leasee of Hawaiian Homelands lease number 11520. Basically, my mom and I followed every step the HHL required to transfer her lease to me. She signed the papers. We submitted them July 7th of 2024. All that remained was your approval. Had we been placed on the July agenda, my mom would have been here to see it finalized. But our case was moved to August, 2 weeks before this meeting today. My mom passed away. I cannot describe the pain of losing her, but also losing the one goal we both worked so hard for, to secure her home and legacy in our family's hands while she was alive to witness it. This was not just paperwork for us. This was her life's work. This is our journey together. We were 2 weeks away from fulfilling her wish, and the only thing that stopped us was timing outside of our control. I testify before you not just asking for a lease transfer. I'm asking you to honor my mom's intent, to see the human side of this process, and to use whatever authority you have to make it right what timing took away. I don't want to have to do more paperwork. Her intentions were clear. The paperwork had already been filed 7/7/2024. Can I still move forward and not have to wait an additional period to go through the successorship route? Mahalo for hearing me and for understanding that behind every file number is a family, a legacy, and a promise.
Yeah, our condolences. Sorry to hear about your loss. We will take a look at your mom's situation and try to do what is right. Thank you. Okay, the next testifier, Cynthia Homa.
Hi, I am here representing my father, Kenneth Antonio, who is the leasee of GL 129. I did want to speak when our item comes up, though.
Sorry, what item is that? Sorry, what item?
This is in regards to our termination of our lease, GL 129.
Okay, the next one, Kanani Abe. We already went too deep.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I just wanted to thank everyone for moving forward with the approval. I was kind of waiting to hear what my husband had to say. and wanted to speak after him, but I understand your agenda is quite full. So I just wanted to
Okay.
give you a big mahalo and I appreciate it.
Okay, you're welcome. Next person, Janice Herrick. Okay, how about Sherry Lynn?
Aloha
Oh.
kako.
Aloha.
Sorry, it's a little bit, little bit of technical difficulties here. As you see behind me, this is the hale that we are leasing on leased land here in Ualapu'e, Moloka'i. And we've been so grateful to have been here since 2000, and we couldn't be happier with our tenancy. What I'd like to ask for is just a small extension of our leases expiring at the end of September, and I'd like to ask for a 3-month extension so that we can clean up and make it beautiful and return it back to the department so that they can fulfill whatever their plan for Moloka'i Ualapu'e is. We've been happy to be good stewards and good neighbors, and our Aina is feeding the community for free. So we hopefully can continue doing that for just a few months longer until we're able to relocate to a place. That's all, and I'll just jump off and wait for your folks' decision at the end of whenever the agenda item comes up. So I'll just be lurking in the background.
Okay,
Appreciate.
we'll take a look at your request and respond accordingly. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Okay, the agenda item consent agenda. Juan Garcia.
Morning, Chairman Watson,
Morning.
members of the commission. Again, Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. HSD has 10 consent agenda items for your consideration this morning. D2, approval of consent of mortgage. D3, ratification of loan approvals. D4, approval of streamline refinance of loans. D5, approval of homestead lease application transfers and cancellations. Excuse me. D6, approval to certify applications of qualified applicants for the month of July 2025. D7, commission designation of successors to application rights. D8, approval of assignment of leasehold interests. D9, approval of amendments of leasehold interests. In this particular case, you'll notice that there's roughly about 80 amendments having to do with Pu'uhona. These are undivided interest leases that are being converted. D10 is approval to issue non-exclusive license for rooftop PV systems. And finally, D11, commission designation of successor for deceased lessee George Chung, lease number 8450 in Princess Kahanu.
What about D12? No, D12.
D12 will take that separately.
So D2 to D11. Okay, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Okay, any discussion on any of those items?
I'm sorry, I apologize. D12, we're including that.
That's all right,
D13
yeah.
is separate.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
So D2 to D12. Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on any of the item?
Real quick, Chair,
Commissioner
Oh.
Creative.
regarding D6, thank you guys for going through the process and utilizing all available information to help the Abiyahara. Just wanted to, I know Auntie Kalani's up there and kind of gave her an all, but I just wanted to kind of reiterate what she said and thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Not, all those in favor say aye. Right. Those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you, Juan. Oh, okay, now we can do D13.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, Commissioners, D13 is an amendment to approve, again, to approve the amendment to lease number 4821-A by updating the property description to reflect the addition of an existing unencumbered lot 69-E-1 in Ho'olehua, Molokai, further identified as TMK 25-2-23-008.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion?
The second? Second. Okay, any discussion? Did Walter want to testify or? He's not on.
I believe he may have had issues with his airline. I was hoping he'd be online. Okay.
Well, let's just take the motion then. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thanks, Juan. Okay, agenda item C1, approval of the memorandum of agreement for donation acceptance of EVA parcels encumbered by long-term commercial leases, EVA WOW TMK 91, 181, 31, and 37. I'm gonna defer. I'm gonna recuse myself on this one, just because of my connections with the group. Go ahead. So, Sunay, why don't you handle it?
Good morning, Commission. Aloha to all of you. Commissioner Ornelas, I think this is the first time I'm addressing you from the table, so nice to meet you and hope to be working with you going forward on a lot of occasions. I'm here this morning on item C1. It's a continuing submission on this particular transaction. Back in January or January of this year and then December of last year. So those two meetings, I was before the commission to explain a transaction that had come to the department as a proposal from a developer, Kalaniano Ole Development. And just to catch everybody up, the basic transaction is that Kalaniano Ole Development would acquire a parcel in EVA. It's actually two parcels in EVA on Oahu. They would subject those parcels to a lease to its wholly owned subsidiary. And then it would donate that property or transfer title to that property to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. In our hands, we are not bound by the zoning restrictions that are currently on these parcels. And we would enter into an agreement. We would lease these properties to we would take subject to the leases that were already in place for commercial development of these properties into shopping center and some other uses that the developer can share with you in a minute. So this proposal came to the commission. We vetted it. It came to the department. We vetted it. We're in favor of proceeding with the transaction. At the December and January meetings, you folks approved the transaction in concept and asked and approved me going forward and negotiating an agreement for this transaction. So before you today is that agreement. It's a draft. It's a pretty simple memorandum of agreement. The basic terms of the agreement are what I just laid out to you, that the developer concludes its transaction, acquires title, leases it to its subsidiary, and then transfers title to the department, subject to those leases. And we proceed with the development as our project, in our ownership. The memorandum is pretty simple. The one piece that takes some thought through is we are what's called piggybacking on the due diligence rights of the developer. Because as they go through their transaction, they do all the things, check title, check the condition of the property, et cetera, et cetera. We're gonna be there cooperating participating, and then we have the ability to request the developer to ask for items that we want to see, just to make sure there's nothing hidden, no untoward liabilities, et cetera, on the property. We don't expect that, but it's good for us to be there and to exercise the same due diligence rights that the developer has. This agreement is pretty short. It has not yet been reviewed and approved by our Attorney General. So it's being submitted to you for your information today. You have a chance to take a look at it. You have a chance to hear from the developer today. And then at next month's meeting, I'll come back before you for the formal approval of the memorandum of agreement. One thing that has happened since we've negotiated this memorandum of agreement, and when I say one thing, it's really something that I thought of because I should have thought of it previously. In our standard leases at the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, we have a provision that says our lessee is responsible for all expenses of all the kind of actions that are necessary to get approval, whatever approvals are needed for us to do a lease. So things like if there is archaeological studies that are required, if an appraisal is required in the process. And the big one is always the environmental assessment under Chapter 343. That provision in our leases says that kuleana rests with the lessee, or in this case, with the developer. I should have included that standard provision in this memorandum of agreement and not wait till the leases to make sure that it was in there. So I need to add that in. I will do that. I will let the AG know about that change. But other than that added provision, this pretty simple agreement is before you today for your information. And I'll accept questions if you have any on the transaction. And then I want to introduce the developer, and they have some folks here today with them that want to speak to you folks. Are there any questions about the transaction?
I have a question. So on the KHL ground lease, B talks about the minimum base lease rent. Who hires this third-party entity?
So on this particular agreement, the department is required to hire the third-party appraiser. The expense of that would be borne by the developer. But to comply with the requirements that we have for leasing based upon appraised value, we would select an appraiser. And we have a process. We have an approved list of vendors that do this kind of work for us. And we would do the appraisal. Okay, so seeing no questions, I want to introduce, so again, our developer is no stranger to the department. Kalanian Ole Development is here this morning. Patty Tankayo is here, also Christian O'Connor, and they have a few folks from the community that they want to introduce to you. But let me call them up, and I'm gonna step aside because it's a large group.
Good morning, commissioners. I look at the Hawaiian Homelands Act from a different perspective. I'm more than just a developer. I'm a beneficiary. My great-grandmother was the first lessee in Ho'olehua, and we've had the same lease for almost 100 years. So this is my why. Because I look at the Hawaiian Homelands act as more than just awarding leases. It's economic development, it's self-determination, and it's cultural preservation. The act was made to rebuild our Lahui. So when Christian and I found this piece of property, we could have developed it like normal. That was what was advised from one of my partners. But we felt that this was an opportunity to unlock one of the greatest tools of the Hawaiian Homelands Act. And this is to use its powers that it has. Now, this is the moment. I'm a beneficiary. I have the best interests of the Hawaiian Homelands Act and everyone. I'm not like another developer. So, sorry. I know there's a lot of questions from the community about this transaction, and my door has always been wide open. You can call me, any beneficiaries that has questions about this transaction, please call me. I can sit down and talk to you about it. I know this is a complex transaction, but please call me. I'll answer any of your questions. So now I'm going to hand it over to my partner, Christian O'Connor, who can look at the technical side about it. Christian?
Sure.
Okay.
And so what the transaction really rests on a financial basis is there's an opportunity to unlock the value of the land. There would be two ways to approach unlocking the value of the land. One is it's all about time. One could take 18 to 24 months. The other takes this amount of time, and that's much quicker. And so based on time and based on this overarching opportunity that we have here and looking at other trust structures within the state of Hawaii, Hawaiian trusts, you see that a great example is Kamehameha Schools. In the 1940s and 50s, post-World War II, Kamehameha Schools embarked on using developers to develop places like Bougainville, Windward Mall, Waikiki, and other locations, hotels, shopping centers, industrial areas, and so forth. What that has generated for Kamehameha Schools is over $100 million in revenue annually in 2017, 18, 19, and that continues to grow. DHHL does not have yet that level of income, but through an approach that Patty has come up with, this unlocks these opportunities. And working with DHHL, we're attempting to just perfect a process of this opportunity to leverage of what Patty just spoke upon to start to unlock these opportunities across the entire island chain to provide them to DHHL. And we believe that if we're able to do this correctly, other developers will want this opportunity also. So with that being said, the way we looked at it originally was from low-income housing tax credit perspective. This is more commercial center, it's market driven. And so the real value here is that it creates an income stream and a long-term income stream that we see already demonstrated in history and in fact and in today with Kamehameha Schools and that trust. So this is what we see as an opportunity to create a process and a structure that can unlock this type of value for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands.
Okay. Can she do the testimony now?
Okay, we're gonna go to public testimony. So Evelyn McBriar.
Sorry.
No.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Aloha, everybody. I am the Calpea Homestead, and I just wanted to share that as you see today, we're coming on C1 in regard to the donation. And we have been meeting with the developers, and we can see this as a project that is something that is worthwhile, that we have a seat at the table. I know you folks are aware about another project that we're working with them that are going successfully. And we look at it as an opportunity. And I just wanted to share a little thing that I wrote, because I think this is the beginning of what it should like between beneficiaries and developers. Because we, in order to be self-sustainable and self-sufficient, we need this kind of caliber of people to help build the economic for us, to be self-determined and be able to take care of our communities and program. So with that, I just like to share. I support this donation of C1 from a Native Hawaiian beneficiary developer because it adds high value, income producing commercial property to THL's land portfolio. Commercial property. Expanding this trust holding in this way strengthens the financial base needed to carry out our mission under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. This parcel comes ready to produce revenue, creating new resources without draining the trust's existing funds. By approving C1, the commission ensures that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands has more land, more income, and more capacity to deliver on its promise to us, the beneficiaries. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Next, Auntie Homelani. Yeah, you can sit and then allow her to give her testimony.
I'm a chair, Commissioners, mahalo for this opportunity. I'm doing it, Michael. For this opportunity to come before you, as you know, and for those new commissioners who may not have been here in January and I believe February and March, that I did oppose this project. I did not support this project. And today I'm here and I'm not going to rehash all of that, but I do want to go on the record as saying that I still don't support this project. And very quickly, my reasons for that is, Chair, I know that your priorities are to get our people on the land and to get things moving. With this particular project, for me, it's not the what. For me, it's the how it's being done. And so I do know that, sorry, I want to respect you, but Russell, because I also want to call you commissioner and you're not. So I get confused. But, we've had that discussion. And for me, what I would look for is if you're going to donate the land, then get the land donated, and then ask for the lease. That's what my testimonies in the past have been. With that being said, I know that there was a PIG formed for just this very purpose, to go through this process. Unfortunately, and at this point, I have to trust those of you who were on this interaction group and trust your mana'o that what you are bringing forth or what you will vote on is in the best interest of not only our beneficiaries, but our trust. And so I haven't even had a chance to review the C1 because when I looked on my computer, it wasn't there yet. So I'm guessing that the agreement was just added to the meeting packet. So I haven't really had a chance to fully go through it. But that's pretty much what I have to say. And I'm going to stand on my previous testimonies. And I also want you to know that Patty has been very generous about wanting to meet with, and is offered to meet. And I want to acknowledge that she has offered to meet with us and with me so that hopefully I can understand the concept. And we started that conversation a little bit before the meeting, and I hope that we will continue that conversation. But until we do, my position is still the same as it was back then. So mahalo for this opportunity. Thank you. Question? No?
Any questions?
Yeah.
Mahalo, Anake. Commissioners, do you folks have any questions for the item for C1? Or anybody who has
Yeah, I do. Auntie, you spoke, to me, I'm still not comfortable with this. I see all the information that was given, and yet I'm still not satisfied. The auntie who just spoke, as long as there's one beneficiary who's against this, then I'm not satisfied with the whole project. So just to let the chair know. Thank you.
Oh, mahalo. We actually have a bit more testimony. So if I can ask Wendy Kanaio Pio Crespo. Hello, Mike. Aloha.
Aloha, good morning.
Aloha.
Mahalo commissioners and chair for allowing me this opportunity to share my mana'o. I just want to say that because the donation is coming from a Native Hawaiian beneficiary developer who is giving back to the trust, it's proof that the beneficiaries themselves can create opportunities to grow DHHL's resources. And by approving C1, it's both practical and a symbolic step in building a cycle of giving and growth. So I just want to say that I do support this project, the donation for C1. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Demont Manaole online.
All right. Yeah. Hey, how's it? Oh, it says no can start the video. How come? Okay. You can hear me? All right, there we go. All right, family, yeah. So I just want to point out something that Christian had said that rang true to my ears. All the other trusts, like Kamehameha Trust and all that, they're able to grow the trust because they're able to put their property out for high rents, like in Waikiki, and the trust is able to continue to sustain itself because of that. So I think that that is the strongest selling point for this idea. We want all our people to be on the Aina, and that is definitely my goal. I want to make sure that our people get on the Aina, get their homesteads, all that. But part of the trust is also to be self-sufficient. Samantha, the court made a very good point in a recent meeting, is that we're gonna continue to keep begging and begging and begging the state for money, for this, that, and the other. When are we gonna be self-sufficient? And these kind of projects like this will help to move us towards self-sufficiency, which is one of the purpose of the act. Please read the act. The act says, speaks to self-sufficiency, and projects like this goes well toward getting us to be self-sufficient. So I just wanted to share that. Mahalo, Christian. That was an awesome statement right there, because that is a true statement. And again, we got the first titter who broke the granite ceiling in Patty Tonkayo. So we're gonna continue to support her. Aloha.
Mahalo. Any, that's all we have. Any other comments, concerns? Can we call for the vote? Oh, can I get a motion?
I have a question.
Sorry.
Comment, sorry, pardon me. Aloha, I'm the new kid on the block. I am also a Realtor. Am I able to address the developer directly in this discussion?
Yes, you are.
So, aloha. So being the newest, I don't know all that has transpired previously. My question is, and this is just coming from a purely logical standpoint, is why? Why wouldn't you do this without DHHL's involvement?
and what's in it for you? Would you be able to answer that?
Let me answer the first part and then you can provide the color. So why can they do something with department that they couldn't otherwise do? Christian mentioned unlocking the value of the property. Its current zoning would not allow the commercial development that they want to do. That's the unlocking of the value. When the property comes into the Hawaiian Homes Trust, we are not subject to those zoning restrictions. We are entitled, or we have the power to do our own land use. And we would designate the property for commercial development. And then these leases that were already in place become allowable under our ownership that wouldn't otherwise be allowable under the developer's ownership. So that's kind of the mechanism. What's unlocking, what's the motivation for wanting to do it? That's the developers.
There's many motivations, right? I'll say a simple motivation, she'll say that why, but yeah, so for. Like one simple motivation, this is like a silly human thing, but you drive by land, it's like it's land, it's beautiful land, and you look at the land every day and you look at what it could be one day for everybody, you know? And you go by and you go by and you look at it, you try, you kind of dig in and you like take it into your workshop and you work on it and it just doesn't, it's not working for this reason or that reason, right? And then one day, you know, you're talking about it in the workshop and you're like, oh, that's how you do it, you know? And then who benefits? And then you see how virtuous can this thing be, right? Because we really are a triple bottom line business. We're affordable housing developers. It's not really about the money. It's just how do we get it built? You know, that's what we think. And so that's from like a very like human, anything perspective. It's just, that's one way to look at it. It's like, oh, there's a way to do it, you know? And then there's all the other reasons now why.
Okay, so if you look at all the Hawaiian homeland, it's all the Opala lands, right? So this is an opportunity to rebuild the trust in great areas. Lands that are not zoned for, you know, commercial development. With DHHL's power, we can make it commercial development and make it faster. What we gain from it is really time, because we would have to spend the same amount of money. So rather than, what do you think, maybe 3 years do it take?
18 to 24
Yeah,
months.
24 months,
Yeah.
if we were to just run with it without the exemption powers.
But we think that for that exchange of time, the benefit is sufficient for us to do that because Patty thinks about Kamehameha Schools, thinks about self-sufficiency like Damon spoke about. And we talk about how do we build more houses faster because there's a limit of how much money was allocated through the initial acts. And so it will run out. So how do you get more? You have to go back. That's not fun. So how do we do it without that? And so that's how we got here. And then
Yeah.
it benefits all the communities that surround it. While it generates income for DHHO. It's like, how good can it get? I mean.
Because DHHL only gets its income from leases, general leases, and from the legislature. So if we can get more revenue, you know, coming in, then I can build more houses. More
So
infrastructure.
we're trying to solve a bunch of different problems, looking holistically at DHHO structure and then looking at the other trusts and seeing how they solve those problems. And then she's got us out there going and actually going to do it. So.
Commissioner, you have any more questions or does that answer your?
Oh, no, I just wanted to be clear on the motivations.
Yeah.
And I thank you for that. I completely agree and am in support of diversification. I really do believe that, you know, being a realtor, it's very easy to understand that this department needs more money. And we do need to stop kind of being at the whim of the legislature as it changes and the players change. We need to find ways to become a powerhouse in funding our own projects. And so for that, I'm in complete support. the testimonies that I've read are overwhelmingly in support. My final question would be, what would be a rebuttal to the opposition that you've received? When someone comes to you saying, we are opposed to this, it's wrong, how would you answer that question based on the plans that you have?
Well, we can't make everybody happy, you know. All I can do is answer the questions that they have to the best of my ability. So my door is always open.
Commissioner, can I add, Commissioner Marfil,
Yep.
if I may? Two things. One, testimony came in about the department begging at the legislature for funding. So on behalf of the department and our chair, we're just asking legislature to step up and do what they're required to do. So it may look like begging and it may be perceived as begging by the legislature. But we're just asking them to be responsible and to do the right thing. The second one was, I get the characterization of our trust lands as Opala lands. If you go back and look at those lands that came into the trust when the trust was created. But on behalf of the department and all the divisions that work, that's our treasure, right? That's what we're managing for our beneficiaries and for ultimately the Lahui to preserve. So they may not be ideal, but for us, they're treasure lands, right? We're adding treasured lands to our treasure. And I don't fault Patty and folks calling it Opala lands, but that's not the perspective that the department has. We're gonna do what we can with the treasure that we are managing.
Yeah, mahalo. Commissioner Kalepa.
Yeah, Russell, thank you for clarifying that, because all of our lands are valuable. It's what we do with it. And I want to commend Patty for your hard and continuous work to make this a possibility. We have to become self-sustainable. We have to be able to put our people in a better place. And if we can find ways to generate revenue commercially that will ultimately benefit our beneficiaries, we're moving in the right direction. And this is really, really important for the future moving forward for a couple of reasons. The cost of living in Hawaii is almost unlivable, especially for Hawaiians. And if we can find ways to crack the code to help our people, we're moving in the right direction. You will always have opposition. But if we can agree to disagree and move forward and keep communicating, along the way, people will see the benefits of the purpose of what this is. And so I just want us to keep moving in this direction. Kamehameha schools. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. They showed us the way. We just have to find ways so that we can do the same thing so we can be healthy. DHHL, Hawaiian Homes, the department, everything that we can do to help the department, help the people, we're moving in the right direction. So I commend you and I support this effort.
Mahalo. Commissioner Kalekini.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. We have a question for staff, Russell. So what we're considering is this memorandum of agreement today. But I'm thinking if it does go through, the next step will go into a general lease, right? At that time, we'll get all the details, right, of what the benefits, that the department and the plans, more details than just we got to do our due diligence. And that is to come before us. We'll have time to review all of that detail.
So the next step would be next month's meeting. I would bring the approved memorandum of agreement approved by the Attorney General. And you would presumably approve that memorandum of agreement. The way that this is structured, that agreement says we agree, subject to due diligence, to purchase or to accept the donation of the property, subject to leases that are already in place. Those leases have to be set up and established the way that we say that they should be. They will have the standard Hawaiian Homes, DHHL provisions, including the one that I mentioned about the developer is responsible for all these expenses that are incurred, including the environmental assessment, Kuleana. But because those leases presumably are already in place and we're purchasing subject to the lease, those leases never come to the commission for formal approval. What I can do is when I come to you next month, I can push the developer to have those leases prepared and in draft form, because those leases don't go into effect until they close on the property, the leases go in place, and then the donation happens subject to that lease. So I can work with the developer to have the approved form of lease with their subsidiary done and wrapped up, and I can provide that to you as part of this approval of the memorandum of agreement at that time. But to answer your question, there is no formal approval of the leases that comes to you. It's as part of your approval of this memorandum of
Right.
agreement.
But that would be helpful, what you suggest, that you come
Okay.
next with the MOA.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we will do that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
I have one more question. Regarding the maximum of 65-year lease, can you kind of elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, so under the regulations that apply to us as a state agency, we have certain restrictions, and one of them is that's the max term that we can offer on a state lease of property. So we're telling the developer, when it comes into our hands, we want it to be compliant with all these requirements that we would be subject to. So you have to limit yourself to a 65-year lease. What that means is that for that period of time, we're receiving lease rents from the developer, which include, we participate in their sublease rents. So if they do a shopping center and they have tenants, there's a formula by which they figure out how much we participate in those sublease rents. And that's a standard department policy that's been on the books for a long time.
I got one question.
And then at the end of the term, the property, we can either extend the lease and there's rules we have to follow, or it comes back to us and then we decide what we want to do with this improved property.
When the lease agreement is made, the rental fees, how often is that adjusted?
It's subject to the terms of the lease. There could be a annual or, some period, like sometimes 5-10 year step up in lease rents in your base rent. That is something that we would typically, if we were doing a lease with a lessee, we would negotiate with them on that piece. That is likely something that I'm gonna have to meet with the developer and then have them build into this lease, the leases that they will have to their subsidiary that we will take subject to. But we haven't yet talked about rent step ups.
Thank you.
Do you have a suggestion, Commissioner, what you would expect to see? Or maybe I just go back to what our typical
Yeah, what
is for the department. Okay. Okay.
So that we've had enough time.
Yeah.
and things are.
Christian is suggesting that we can follow the KS model. Christian, for a long time was at KS, so he's familiar with the model. I have no objection to that because KS is very aggressive, very akamai about how they structure their agreements. So we can look at that. That's saying a lot because I don't know this for sure, but I'm guessing that the standard DHHL provision is not as aggressive as the standard commitment schools provision. But we'll work something out, and then it'll be before you as part of these leases that will come before you for Commissioner Kalikini's requests.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mahalo. Commissioner Namu'o?
Yes, thank you. I strongly support this initiative and I look forward to the Attorney General's review and comments. Because I think that over the years, we haven't really pursued income revenue to help beneficiaries. And the reality is that we do need income revenue to help beneficiaries instead of always relying on the legislature giving the money that we actually are entitled to. I think having a revenue stream is very important. So I support this initiative, and I am very pleased that the developer is first a Hawaiian and a woman. Thank you.
Mahalo. Commissioner Freitas?
I just gotta piggyback with of what Commissioner Kalikini was saying. I think that lease information would be great. To kind of add on, you know, the term that was used a lot during this past session, begging for money. I could be wrong, but I think a condition of statehood was that the state was supposed to fund us adequately. Whether that's happened, is happening, not happening, that's up for debate. I want to say the money we received from Nelson case, sufficient funds, that barely keeps the lights on here and pays salaries. We are, I want to say 30 to 40 people short from a staff perspective. Our staff works extremely, extremely hard. And I know as time progresses, the needs of our beneficiaries, that spectrum expands, which puts more stress on our staff. Just from a personal perspective, I am for this. I think we need to, again, diversify our land. Is it Opala lands? Possibly. Is it cherished lands? Absolutely. We got to be creative, and I applaud you folks in our department for being creative, thinking outside the box, looking at other angles, other opportunities to provide a continuous revenue stream for our beneficiaries, because their needs are expanding. You know, yes, we are building homes. It is the core focus of our department, yes, but also that path towards rehabilitation, self-identification, you know, to have a conducive environment to raise our families and to reach those goals. A lot more is needed than the home. And I think an added revenue stream, especially in this model, is very beneficial. Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
And then I have a few more public testimonies. So Jenna Ora. Jenna, you're on mute.
Aloha kako, aloha. Mahalo for your time and allowing me to speak. First, I want to thank everyone for your innovative ideas. We definitely need to find ways to create revenue. However, I do echo Auntie's sentiments that came up with her folder. We don't need to keep putting kanaka in rental spaces and high rises. We need them on the land. We need them to create more food, which is what we're trying to do in our little space. My mother's been on the wait list for 40 plus years to get Hawaiian Homelands ag land because I am mahi'ai. That is what I want to do for Lahui, for my family. We are also foster parents, adopted parents. We need the space. And so while I appreciate innovation wholeheartedly, and I know Kanaka need more money, especially DHHL, I think more education is needed as well. So if we build these high rises, is there a possibility that a part of the conditions is we start to teach Kanaka how to be self-sustainable and live here and stay here? Because right now we're losing them daily, and we need more of our people to stay. We cannot fight on our own and with just a handful of people. So I again appreciate, I believe her name is Patty, and her innovation and her want to help us as a people. But I have to echo Auntie's sentiment where we cannot keep us in small rentals. We must get us back on the land where we belong, where this was created for. But I thank you all for your help, your kokua your love for us and your continued fight. Thank you very much.
Mahalo, Jenna. Randy Ako. We can go to Kainoa McDonald.
Aloha mai kako.
Hello.
Okay. I already turned in a submittal to support, but I'm just gonna read short excerpts of what I had submitted. So I do support C1 and Kalaniana Ole development for the EVA parcels. Two things I think that really stand out to me as a beneficiary of this trust is the fact that we had homestead associations at the table first. And Patty made herself available so that not only beneficiaries, but homestead associations could be a part of that process. And I think that is one of many firsts. As a beneficiary, I would like to see where beneficiaries are included before decision-making is done. And so therefore, I support this process. I support Kapolei homestead associations, and I applaud them because like our Maui commissioner, this is something that we want to see on Maui and potentially on other islands. But let's not forget where and who our beneficiaries are and be able to offer that technical assistance to be able to incorporate our beneficiaries at the table prior to decisions being made. So mahalo.
Mahalo. Randy Ako.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Randy Akal. I'm the president of Kanahili. All I have to say is that, Patty is such an incredible person. I look at her, her knowledge, her skills in relating and sharing with people about her idea and her concept. If Patty was in any place of the state, she would be doing the same thing for homesteads. She holds back nothing. I see all heart, and trying to make other people, communities successful with what she knows. So she's very articulate when she, talks about, the Hawaiian people and our culture, our heritage, and things like that. So, this, to me, it's a one-in-a-lifetime deal. You don't see these kind of individuals. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your attention.
Mahalo. And then Kealohi Lani Wong.
I just wanted to add on with
hello.
Randy, and as president of both Kaupe and Kanihili, I just wanted to say, it's going off of what Randy said, we had a seat at the table, and I'm 18 years, Randy is 16 years. We respect Auntie Homie, she is a kapuna, but what we're saying today is that what I want to address is Commissioner Lasua. If one opposes for us, it's like that opposes the self-govern of Randy and I as presidents, because, sometimes we all cannot disagree, but we are at a point of working together to find self-sufficiency. Auntie Homie also represents KCDC, and we support that. They generate off of Ho'omaka. This is something that Randy and I see, and we're including everybody, that we can generate income, we can be self-sufficient. More than just housing, this is an economic arm in our Ahupua'a, in our Moku, that we can be a part of something great. And so what I just wanted to make sure for Randy and I, we have been doing this, and, Commissioner Lasua, yes, some way disagree, but then what about the ones who do agree as presidents? That is very important, that I wanted to share that this is a project of none of its kind. And I want to see this grow through. Maybe we do need more discussion, but that shouldn't be at the cost of cutting a project based upon one person's mana'o. And I just wanted to share that as presidents for taking that time and seeing the whole content. I mean, respecting the presidents in their positions of projects they support. And, we will all work together on this somehow, some way, in Apono and Aloha. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Kealohi Lani Wong.
Come off with mute. Okay. Aloha. Aloha. My name is Ke'Alohilani Wong. Mahalo Chair and the Commission for the opportunity to share. Thank you to the presentation as well. I'm speaking on behalf of being both a beneficiary and a lineal descendant of Aina that DHHL has recently acquired for development at another site. With that, I'd like to encourage what Commissioner Lasua said to be taken into account so we can have collaborative conversations. I support the concept of regenerative and what sounds to be a sustainable type of economy similar to KS, Bishop Estate. However, I'd like to, I guess, voice the significance of a thorough and complete due diligence of this AINA, especially regarding EIS and AIS, to encourage for both developers and the department to, of course, continue advocating for Hawaiians, but not at the expense of other Kanaka in the process to do so. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Any last thoughts? And if not, can I take a motion for the approval of the MOA? You had any?
So,
Anyway,
Commissioners,
yes.
I'm going to come back next month to approve the MOA, and it's going to have some changes. I mentioned one, and then Commissioner Kalekini mentioned it'd be good to, I think I'm going to attach the form of the lease as an exhibit to the MOA revised. But it's not up for approval this month. It was just for your information, so you can start thinking about it, and then to get all the testimony that came in.
Also, this was just information. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Maha.
So it's action.
Yeah, no need action.
No, it is an action item.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading.
Okay.
It was saying it is.
It is an action item.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
No, not deep.
You take.
If that's what, yeah, so in my submittal, I mentioned that it's intended to be presented this month and then approved next month. But if you want to approve it,
Next month's
Today.
meeting to approve the acceptance by, yeah.
Yeah.
I think should have said just for information only, maybe.
Okay.
Here, and then we could have next time.
I apologize. I call my.
So we're not taking a motion to approve.
Chair, I didn't put it up for approval because I hadn't yet gotten back from the AG's office with their approval.
We could actually take action, and the action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission will be asked at next month's meeting to approve the acceptance by DHHL, exactly how you wrote
Okay.
it, of a donation of the property encumbered by a long-term commercial lease in accordance with the final form, which will be next month.
Okay,
That's exactly how you
Got it.
wrote it.
thank you.
Good.
Chair, question. In it, it says with the Attorney General, review and approval. So is that with, or do we wait until after that?
So as it reads, it's for next month. So the Attorney General, we should have all of that information by next month, correct?
Okay.
So can I take a motion to accept exactly how it's read? The attached draft form of the MOA is submitted for consideration. The Hawaiian Homes Commission will be asked at next month's meeting to approve the acceptance of the MOA with the Attorney General's review and approval.
So moved.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mahalo.
Approved. Mahalo.
Okay, the next agenda item, E1, approval of lease awards, Puhona subdivision, turnkey offerings in Waikapu, Maui. Okay. Hey,
Aloha, Chair
Go ahead,
Wilkinson
Kamani.
and Commissioners. I'm here in the absence of Michelle Hitzman.
For the record, my name is Kalani Fran, the Acting Administrator for the Land Development Division, and I'm here to present actually 4 items for a decision. And these 4 items will capture about a little less than 20 awards. And really appreciate the work that the housing branch has been doing and continue to do as we move forward with these leases. So E1 is to approve the 3 awards of DHHL lot leases to the applicants listed below: William HK Jadina Kapu, Samuel Villaramio, for a 99-year lease, subject to the purchase of the existing improvements on the lot by way of a loan or cash.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item.
Next item, E2, is to approve the 13 awards of Department of Hawaiian Homeland's lot leases to the applicants that are listed on the document that you see before you for 99 years.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? It's been moved in second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item.
For the record, that was for Piilani Maike Kai subdivision phase 2. E3 is for 1 pre-owned Kalavahine lot, and that is for the applicant Barbara Phillips for a 99-year lease, subject to the purchase of the existing improvements on the lot by way of a loan or cash.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item.
Last item is E4, and that's the approval of a lease award for Holehua Subdivision Residential, requesting and recommending to approve the award of a DHHL lot lease to the applicant listed below, which is Jonathan English, for 99 years.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you, Chair and
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Okay, the next agenda item, F1, approval to establish a preliminary condominium property regime or CPR and amend general lease number 294 regarding the Kalai Loa Homeland Solar Inc.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. Carl Almeida, Income Property Branch Manager with Land Management Division. Agenda item number F1. LMD is again seeking approval to establish preliminary condominium property regime, CPR, and approval to amend General Lease 294 issued to Kalaeloa Homeland Solar, LLC, located out in Kalaeloa under the TMK is listed. The two-part motion. The first, again, like I said, approval for Kalaeloa Homeland Solar as lessee to establish a preliminary condominium property regime for the premise under General Lease 294, covering 29.853 acres of Hawaiian homelands under the TMK, and specifically delineated in Exhibit A, subject to the following conditions as listed. And then the second part is subject to the approval of the CPR referenced above, approved to amend GL 294 as particularly identified and described below and further delineated, further reflected in amendment draft attached here to as Exhibit B. And under the motion B, there's 3 parts. They're asking for a lease term extension, 1, and 2, a non-benefit license easement amendment, and 3, a community benefit package that they're going to share with us today. With you guys also, I have provided a PowerPoint presentation for our presenters today, and I think Michelle Sims with Pivot will come up and give a short presentation with the PowerPoint. Yeah, sorry.
Aloha, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Michelle Sims Israel with Pivot Energy. And first, I want to start by orally amending the proposal today. So specifically, motion B1, which states that we're requesting a 5-year term extension from the year 20 to years 25. We propose striking that 5-year extension at this time. We would like to keep the term at 20 years and then instead request term extensions to be granted by the chairman commensurate with any extension of the PPA from Hawaiian Electric. So that is the proposed oral amendment. And then also we will be reintroducing a revised second amendment to General Release 294. It's going to include a recital that essentially further clarifies that Pivot Energy Development fully owns Kalaeloa Homeland Solar LLC. It'll tie back to the assignment agreements executed for this project, just to basically make it crystal clear the ownership structure for the project. So, and the second amendment to General Release 294 is conditional at this time, requires approval by the AG. So that'll for sure be captured before we get that sent over to the AG. All right.
Now, maybe, no, you, instead of the 25, you want to just stay with the 20 years.
Correct.
And then I'm sorry, what was it, 2 and 3 that you were talking about? Can you clarify that again?
Yeah. So let me pull up my document here. So yeah, so for motion number B1, lease term extension, we would basically like it to read, the term of the lease shall remain at 20 years,
Okay.
commencing on the commercial operations date of phase 1, with further extensions of the term granted by the chairman to be commensurate with the later of the termination of the phase 1 project PPA term, as the same may be extended, or the terms of a phase 2 PPA and any future PPA associated with phase 3.
Again, we're redacting. Additional 5-year. 5 years. Yeah. But again, it should read the term of the lease shall be what was it again?
The term of the lease shall remain at 20 years.
Should remain at 20 years. So taking out extended.
Yeah, so the rest of that paragraph, it just goes with the 20-year.
Yes,
Everything
correct.
following.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
got that. Is that it? Was there?
Yes, that's the only oral amendment for today. And then I was just sharing that we will provide a revised second amendment, including the assignment agreement that references that Kalaeloa Homeland Solar LLC is wholly owned by Pivot Energy.
And one more thing I wanted to clarify. I know in Exhibit C of the packet, I had put in the community benefits that the community associations have agreed upon with Pivot. I have the fully executed copy. You guys have unexecuted copies, but I have fully executed copies which can be replaced in your packets if anything. So.
Submitted, so.
Yeah. Yeah. fully executed copies.
To Exhibit C.
Under Exhibit C, behind the first page of Exhibit C, which is a table, there's all those packets that is in there. Should be replaced with the package that I just provided, which is the fully executed documents between the associations.
Do you guys want to show your PowerPoint or something?
PowerPoint? Yeah.
Might as well, since you prepared it. Okay.
All right. We'll delve into our brief presentation now. So once again, my name is Michelle. I'm here from Pivot Energy, representing General Release 294 as lessee, which is Kalaeloa Homeland Solar LLC, a fully owned subsidiary of Pivot Energy. It's the project company name for our solar project on this TMK under General Release 294. So today, perfect. Yeah, we're requesting approval for 3 proposals included in an amendment, second amendment to General Lease 294. First, we're requesting approval to establish a condominium property regime on the TMK. Approval for a process to extend the lease term by extensions granted by the chairman for any PPA extension negotiated with Hawaiian Electric. And third, we're requesting approval to amend the terms of obtaining the non-benefit license easement agreement on the TMK located north of our TMK. Next slide, please. So our agenda for our brief presentation, we'll first share a little bit about Pivot Energy. Then we'll provide an overview of the solar project phases, status and timeline. We'll share a little bit about this TMK. Then we'll briefly touch on each of the 3 aspects of our proposal. And then lastly, we'll close with a summary of our community outreach to date and then the executed community benefits agreements that Kahana has just passed around. So first, a little bit about Pivot Energy. We're a renewable energy developer. We develop, own, and operate solar and energy storage projects across the United States. We seek to apply our renewable energy experience to basically help communities benefit from solar and storage and bring more of these resources onto the grid. Next slide, please.
Good morning. My name is Sam Frick. I'm the Director of Community Relations and Impact at Pivot Energy. Mahalo for your time today. I wanted to add here that Pivot Energy is a certified B Corporation in the state of Hawaii. It is considered a sustainable business corporation. Just to clarify that we balance our, we have triple bottom line model, which is people, planet, and prosperity. It's written into our business model. And in that, we wanted to say that we are working actively to build these projects with the principles of the B Corporation.
Next slide, please. To start, we wanted to provide a bit of an overview of General Lease 294 as a refresher. So this lease is located on a TMK just northwest of Kalaeloa Airport. It's on the end of the crosswind runway. And the rent for this parcel, this lease, is $120,000 a year. It includes a 1% annual increase. And rent will begin when our phase 1 solar project starts commercial operations, which is currently slotted for April 6th, 2026. Additionally, there was a lease appraisal completed in May of this year, which did find a reduction in land value from the previous appraisal in July 2016. And given that reduction in the fair market value of the property, Land Management and Pivot Energy determined that the rent may remain at the current rate for the proposal brought forth today. Additionally, our General Lease 294 includes a 1% of actual gross revenue share to be paid annually to DHHL's housing program. Next slide, please. Next, I'll touch a little bit on our solar and storage projects on this TMK as well as their timeline. So for the phase 1 solar project, this is a 5 megawatt project, and it's actually mechanically complete as of December 2024. It's located on about the bottom quarter of this property. We're currently working with HECO to construct their interconnection facilities to connect this to the grid. That'll be then followed by a period of several testing situations to make sure that this project meets all of Hawaiian Electric's requirements. And then again, we'll reach commercial operations in spring, April 2026. Phase 2, you can see there we're identifying in that blue kind of triangular shaped part of the property. We are currently actively developing the phase 2 project. We're working with Hawaiian Electric to prepare 2 bids in their current integrated grid planning request for proposals. We're going to be submitting a 5 megawatt solar and storage system and then a 10 megawatt estimated standalone energy storage system. Basically, the plan is we're doing early stage engineering and deliverables for both of these 2 designs with the hope that one will be selected to maximize the competitiveness of our projects. Bids are currently due in early January 2026, and we're expecting awards to be issued in August of 2026. And then development and construction will continue after that with a target of being fully operational by November 2030. And lastly, we have the option for a future phase 3 project. Specifically, if the the standalone storage system is chosen, that's quite a bit more compact for phase two and would leave leftover acreage on the property. And so in this case, if there is remaining acreage, we would look to site and develop a phase three project on that remaining acreage to maximize more value from the property into DHHL as well. Next slide, please. A couple notes as well on the parcel characteristics here. So as mentioned, it's right at the end of the crosswind runway of Kalaeloa Airport. And as such, there is actually like a rule on the property that no habitable structures can be sited there. So basically anything that congregates people for any amount of time is prohibited on this property. There's also a spatial easement kind of going above the runway over the property. And so there are height restrictions as well that we fully comply with solar, but it is definitely a consideration for the use of this property. So in this case, solar is one of the few approved land uses on this property. And so we're seeking to bring those benefits to DHHL on land that can't be better used for homesteads or other community serving facilities. Next slide. Okay, so I'll provide a brief overview, a little more detail on each of our three proposals today. So first is we are requesting approval of the Second Amendment to General Lease 294, which would allow us to implement a condominium property regime on this TMK with 3 spatial condominium units. Essentially, unit 1 will be subleased to phase 1, unit 2 would be subleased to phase 2, and then the unit 3 would be subleased to a future phase 3 project if there's available acreage. And I know some of you may be familiar with CPR and how this works in the state of Hawaii, but essentially a CPR allows each project to operate as a separate affiliate entity and have its own space on the property. This is key for solar project development because each one needs to have its own kind of affiliated space, its own bucket, if you will, on the property. This is also established at the leasehold level. So when the General Lease 294 expires or is terminated, the CPR also goes away at that time. So in that way, it's much less permanent than a subdivision of this TMK. And the reason we are requesting this too is in the state of Hawaii, we're not able to basically cite multiple leases on the same property. So this is a mechanism where each one can have its own separate space without being like a permanent subdivision of this TMK. And I believe we understand this has been approved by DHHL and other projects in the past. And so we're seeking to also apply that here. And then one other note, the CPR will not impact General Lease 294's rent. It'll remain the same to DHHL, starting with the $120,000 when phase 1 becomes operational. You would experience no change as a result of the TMK because KHLS and Pivot Energy will just directly pay the rent, and the units would sublease directly from Pivot in that case. And they'll be owned by us, so it'll basically just be an internal accounting mechanism, and then DHHL would experience no change in how rent is paid. Next slide, please. So lease term extension, per our oral amendment to the proposal, we're striking bullet number 1. The request here is basically just to amend the Second Amendment to lease to allow for additional extensions to be granted by the chairman to extend to match any extensions of the PPA with Hawaiian Electric for phases 1, 2, and 3. And then our third and final proposal for your consideration is also in the Second Amendment to General Lease 294. We're requesting to update the process for which the license easement on the neighboring TMK to the north will be obtained. So essentially in our current First Amendment to General Lease 294, there's a process where KHLS can make a payment in the amount of $42,377 in consideration for having a non-benefit license easement on that northern parcel in order to interconnect our projects to HECO's grid. Because of delays in getting phase 2 developed and up and running, those dates have since lapsed. They ended on December 2019. And so we do still need that access route for the phase 2 project. And now that we're actively developing, working with HECO to get this secured, we're just requesting to update those dates. So essentially our proposal is that KHLS can pay Department of Hawaiian Homelands in the amount of the $42,000. And then the parties will work together over the following 3 months to basically execute the non-benefit license easement for the northern TMK. With that, we'll move over into a summary of the community outreach and community benefits agreements for this general lease.
So as stated, we have executed agreements with all 4 Capilay area homestead associations and KCDC. And we have an admin record that has been submitted with all of our engagement to date. This is over 31 hours and 58 plus touch points since almost exactly to the date in 2023, so 2 years. And we have held a public meeting this year to consult with all of the homestead associations, beneficiaries, and community island-wide. We have conducted island-wide outreach to advertise the meeting with both earned and paid media and direct outreach to the homestead associations on Oahu. We have this more detail of this in the admin record. We contracted with Elmer Ka'ai and Trisha K. Howe Watson of Hanua Consulting to assist in these outreach efforts and with our community benefits agreement as well. And next slide, please. So more about the outreach going forward. We have going to be forming an advisory board for a community co-creation process with members in the Kapolei area homestead associations. This will be part of HECO's RFP co-creation and other mutually decided activities with the advisory board. We're going to be holding another public meeting per HECO's RFP requirements that is estimated to be in March of 2026. And then post-award, we would be holding another public meeting and community outreach efforts. And part of our CBA with Malu Ohai, KCDC, and Ka'ulu Kahai, we will be forming we will be creating biannual reports to them and meeting annually to go over the gross actual revenue and production for phase 2. So this is an ongoing community outreach that we will be doing throughout the life of the project. Next slide, please. This is a bit more about there's monetary and non-monetary aspects of the CBAs. So this is more about that. It's going to be done in phases. The phase 1 benefit, we are processing the payments now. And phase 2 and 3 are outlined there with all of these associations and KCDC that are part of these agreements. Next slide. As far as non-monetary, throughout our outreach efforts, we got a lot of clarity on what's important and what we wanted to incorporate. And a big focus of this is sourcing local labor. So we are prioritizing post-construction project service contracts from qualified beneficiaries from the Kapolei area, as well as sourcing local labor for during the primary construction for future phases. We will also be providing a pro bono legal service program and as mentioned, this biannual reporting and the creation of the advisory board. So we wanted to emphasize that prior to any power purchase extension agreements with HECO, Pivot will be revisiting and renegotiating the community benefits package with the homesteads and the CDCs as described in the community benefits agreement. Next slide.
So in conclusion, here are 3 proposals we're requesting your approval of today. So these would all be captured in a second amendment to General Lease 294, conditional, of course, on the approval of the Attorney General for the state of Hawaii. So again, we're requesting the approval to establish a condominium property regime on the TMK, approval to keep the lease term at 20 years, but allow for future extensions to be granted commensurate with any extension of the PPA, which, as Sam just mentioned as well, we would be renegotiating the community benefits agreement with the entities prior to any PPA extension with Hawaiian Electric. And then lastly, approval to update the dates and process for obtaining the non-benefit license easement through the TMA just north of this property. So mahalo for your consideration of our request. And we are happy to answer any questions you may have on the proposal.
Okay, I guess, first of all, we probably should amend that and delete that extension of 25 to 20. And it just the remaining language in that item 1 The B motion would stay the same. Can I have a motion on the amendment first before we do the discussion?
Second.
Okay, let's see. Any questions?
Sure.
Commissioner Belakini?
So thank you for the presentation, and maybe it's for any one of you. I do not understand what a CPR is. Could you please elaborate a little bit more?
Yeah. Hi, good morning. Jasmine Shin. I'm attorney at Imanaka Sato and helping Pivot Energy with this project. So CPR is condominium property regime. And there's a whole process in Hawaii for establishing condominium property regimes. Essentially, it allows the land to be broken up into units. In this case, they will be spatial units defined by spatial coordinates. And that way, the different parts of the parcel can be leased out to different entities without essentially subdividing the parcels and creating new legal lots.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with someone living in a condominium?
No, this is a spatial condominium in this
That's
case.
what got me.
Okay. Are you looking for a place to live or?
Even the CPR part, I thought was like, it's a proceeding.
Yeah.
Can I keep on going?
Yeah, go keep going.
So Kahana, the general lease looks like it was established 2011. Is that
It was executed in 2013.
executed in 2011 by the commission
Correct.
at that time?
Yeah.
So this is 2025 and 14 years. Have we been receiving payments for
Nothing
the
yet.
lease?
No.
Zero from 11 to today?
Yeah.
We don't get any rent payments until commercial operation
Commercial operation date.
declaration.
Yeah. I forget what the amount was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just share though. Yeah, so over the full term of General Lease 294 to date, there have been a series of milestone payments that were made at different times to extend basically the ability to enter or to build the project on the lease. So there have been milestone payments. They're recounted in the First Amendment to General Lease 294. I don't have them off the top of my head, but so there has been some payments to date. Formally, rent has not officially been paid yet. Or started being paid yet. However, that'll officially start this coming April when the phase one project reaches commercial operations with HECO. And as I mentioned, it's if you drive over there, it's basically like fully ready to go. We just have to complete the interconnection to HECO's grid. So it is happening in April, which is great.
Okay, so Pivot does have a power purchase agreement, and you plan to reach commercial operation in April of 2026.
Yeah, this is correct.
And then, so Kahana, that's when the annual rent of 120K annually?
That's when it
1%.
starts. Correct. And then it escalates every year by 1%, yeah.
Okay. And the term of the PPA is how long?
The phase one PPA is 20 years.
20 years.
So yeah, it matches with our,
Coincide with the
yeah,
okay.
the
term.
terms of the lease.
Okay.
Any other questions from any other commissioners? You know, on this second phase, I'm a little concerned about that. And I know you're going to submit a couple applications to move that along. And I guess in January of 2026. And, you know, with changes in the law, especially at the federal level, with energy tax credits, I mean, does that adversely impact the likelihood of success on this phase two?
Yeah, that's a great question, Chairman Watson. So yeah, as some people may know, recent changes in federal law have impacted solar and wind projects in the United States. So for phase two specifically, well, one thing in the federal law that did not change is that the investment tax credit is still available for storage, standalone storage systems. So the standalone storage system proposal will not be affected by the change in law. The solar and storage system, the solar portion would be affected and the storage portion would not be. And I will say too that like everyone is also affected by this. So it's going to change the overall economics that Hawaiian Electric receives for the full proposal of everybody in the pool, but it doesn't change, it really won't change as far as competitiveness because everyone is affected in that way. And I will say too that Pivot Energy, we have a task force actively working on everything going on with the federal changes at this time. So we're fully committed to maintaining as many of our projects and making sure they're successful in this future term of the law. So yes, we're proactive. We're doing everything we can to make sure we still see success. And I do think that the type of project we were proposing also lends itself to setting us up well.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Kalekini?
Yeah, I got a quick question on, so there's one statement about the department getting 1% of gross revenues for our use. How much is that amount?
Yeah.
1%.
I have that number in my document. Let me just find it. Yeah, so for the phase 1 project, we're estimating like a estimate of what the 1% would be is about $6,600 a year, and estimated $127,000 over 20 years. And then for phase 2, this is still indicative modeling since we don't have a formal PPA with HECO yet, but we're anticipating it would be about 812,000 per year and 16.2 million over a 20-year term.
20-year term. Okay, thanks. And one follow-up question. I see that we also are subject to additional compensation if the rates are above 15 cents a kilowatt hour. So the power purchase agreement that Pivot has with Hawaiian Electric, it's not a fixed rate, does it adjust?
Yeah, so I think that provision in the lease was probably added before the PPA was executed for phase 1. I'd have to check on the exact details there, but I'll double check this too. But I believe the PPA rate in the phase 1 PPA is like 13.5 cents,
So
roughly.
if it's 13.5 cents, then Pivot does not anticipate that to exceed 15 cents
That's correct. Yeah. So
for 20 years.
yeah. The PPA is basically set in the rate is set in the PPA for the term of the project, and we don't anticipate it to exceed 15.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, it's great on the storage, it might not, with the new law won't affect that. So is there really which is storage? I mean, is there really revenue generated in the storage approach?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mr. Chair. So essentially how the phase 2 structure works is Hawaiian Electric is specifically pretty much everything they're looking for in the RFP has to have storage. Like it can either be a standalone storage system or a generating asset paired with a storage system as well. Because really what they're seeing, and what I think one of the biggest growing pains has been, is that we have these electricity assets that can generate during the day, or like wind at night is when they really do really well. But it doesn't have that ability to be stored and dispatched when electric costs are at their highest and when everyone's using the grid at the same time and it overwhelms the grid. So basically, HECO has expressly laid out that they have a strong preference. They require everything to have storage so that they can really work on that, aligning that dispatchability so that there is enough energy available when everyone gets home from work and starts cooking dinner and when peak grid usage is in effect. And then it can basically charge up during the middle of the night from the wind farms or during the day from the solar farms and be able to store that energy to be dispatched when everyone's using the grid at once. So that's like the background context. But essentially what HECO has requested is they request we submit these resources as a bid, and we have a lump sum bid price that we'll be submitting to them that they would basically pay us to have guaranteed availability of the energy in the system at all times. So that's how it works is we would receive revenue from HECO, making the lump sum payments to Pivot for the guaranteed availability of the energy within that system of storage.
Well, I noticed on the storage, you're looking at 10 megawatts, so that would be for phase one also to be included.
So
If say you don't get a favorable response, would you still proceed with the storage for the initial 5 megawatts? And how would you pay for that?
yeah, that's a great question. So phase one doesn't have storage right now. It's just a solar system. And that's the PPA agreement with HECO is at the time when they entered in that PPA, they just wanted solar, basically. And so phase one is basically done. We're not currently planning to add storage to phase one. At another point in the future, if HECO seeks that, they have done things like that in the past where they request upgrades to existing systems with storage or similar things like that. So the storage aspect of the proposal is just with phase two right now. We're submitting the bids into the IGP, RFP, 2 bids, hoping that one will win. And we do feel at this time like we should be competitive in that process. And if we don't receive either, then the next procurement, whenever that happens from HECO, we would resubmit at that time to continue working to get a phase two and then eventual phase three if there's remaining acreage sited on the property.
Okay, well, it's a tough business right now, for sure. So I noticed you guys invested a lot of money and we appreciate you guys moving forward and actually doing the phase one. Looks like that's on its way. And hopefully we'll start getting revenue in April of next year. Okay, any other questions from the commissioners? If not,
I've got a quick one, Chair.
oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Just, I've got a question for Kahana
Okay.
on mechanics. So we lease to KHLS at a fixed rate, and then the CPR allows Kalaeloa Homeland Solar to sublease 2 of the CPR units. We don't have any control over lease rent for that. We only control the 20-year lease under 294. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just my thinking, so if the value of the subleases is extraordinary, do we share in that profit at all or that windfall?
We could enter into some negotiation with that, with
Yeah.
Kalailo Holdman Solar, yes, for sure.
Yes, okay. As long as we're covered some way for that. And that was my question. When we CPR units and then subleases, if the value of the property becomes extraordinary, I'm just
Yeah, and
make sure that we don't lose that opportunity as the homelands.
yeah, and if I may add too, in response to that question, so phase one, phase two, and phase three are all going to be wholly owned subsidiaries of Pivot. They're going to have their own project company, which is basically making sure each one has its own bucket to keep all of its things in, essentially. We would not be intending to charge the units a different lease rate. They would basically just share their proportional share of the rent over the full acreage of the property. So I don't anticipate that to be the case, that the subleases would end up being more, but we can definitely add something like Kahana said, just clarifying that if a sublease were to ever be more for whatever reason, then like it's proportional share that we will rediscuss with DHHL, Hawaiian Homes Commission, and come up with a way to share in that additional lease payment.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, 20 years is a long time, and 30 acres is a lot of acreage over those 2 decades. So thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we have some public testimony. Umalani Shadell.
Again, aloha, I'm Homilani Shadell here in my capacity as an advocate for our trusts and people on our list, our wait list, and those who are waiting on our lands. I know that at the last meeting that Pivot had with you all, Chair, that you insisted they come back with a fully executed CBA. And they did come back and we had extensive emails going back and forth. And I'm sure the other associations will share their mana'o on their process. But what you see before you, commissioners, in terms of the CBA agreements for the 5 organizations serving our beneficiaries here in Kapolei, as you will notice, there is Malohai Kaupea, I'm sorry, Malohai Ka'ulo Kahai and KCDC on one, and Kaupea and Kanahili on the other. This morning, I spoke with Sam and Michelle from Pivot, because when I did get a chance to quickly review this, I didn't see Pivot. And we were negotiating with Pivot, not with Kalailo Homeland. And so I told them that I would not be able to support this recommendation unless Pivot was in there somewhere. And the reason for that is those of us who are here today, we may not be here in 5 years, 10 years, or even the 20 years. So we need to establish the palapala so that those who come behind us will know exactly what we tried to do and that we all try to do our best for those who are coming on our lands. And so that is contributing to the, because I was asking for a deferment until tomorrow, until these issues could get taken care of. The other issue that I asked for was on the lease term extension. That wasn't part of our agreement for the CBA. And so they discussed it and I see that they are looking at taking it out. The other item that I want to address is that what you have before you is not the executed copy because there are still some changes that needed to be made on the CBA, right? Okay.
Yeah,
They
it's
have the executed, okay, it's just
and
not in
Pivot
C1.
is
Okay.
signatory to this.
So,
Yeah.
no, I have the executed one because I signed it.
Right.
Oh, okay, got it.
Okay.
But in particular, there were 2 shells and actually 3 shells, or 2 shells and 1 may. And I wanted that 3rd may to be a shell, that they shall do this. So if you look on your phase 2 benefit, what's the page number? Sorry. And yeah, so now they also numbered the pages, so it's a lot easier. But if you look at on page number 3 under A3, and it says the home, so prior to any extensions of phase 1 power purchase, then you go down to the 4th line, shall take commercially reasonable efforts, blah, blah, blah. And then shall notify, shall take, and then instead of may, they shall collaborate with us, but they had may. And we all know what that word did to our Constitution for us in Article 12. So those are the other changes that we had requested, but I hope that, I know that both Sam and Michelle has worked very hard to try to work with all of us. It wasn't easy. I can tell you that. It wasn't easy. So thank you, ladies, and thank you, Commissioner. Any questions? No. Good.
Okay, next testifier, Michelle Kahane. Or
Aloha.
And
then Michelle. She's not able to, so she was gonna testify on behalf of KCDC, and so I will be reading her testimony for her. Aloha Chair Watson and Commissioners.
Hello.
Mahalo for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Kapolei Community Development Corporation regarding the Community Benefits Agreement we have reached with Pivot Energy, Malu'o High Residents Association, and Ahahui o Ka'ulo Kaha'i. When Pivot last appeared before the commission, the director was clear to work with the homestead leadership in the Honouliuli Ahupua'a and finalize a community benefits agreement. At that time, KCDC expressed that we had not yet engaged with all of the homestead leaders and therefore declined to sign an agreement solely with KCDC. Since then, Pivot has made a concerted effort to meet with our homestead associations and organizations, while Kanahili and Kopea elected to pursue a separate agreement. KCDC, together with Malu'ohai and Ka'ulo Kaha'i, engaged in extensive discussions with Pivot that resulted in our community benefits agreement before you today. We mahalo both the commission for its guidance and Pivot's for its willingness to engage in this process with all of us. For KCDC, the purpose of this agreement is not simply the financial provisions, though this is important for building resources to support our projects, but also the establishment of a long-term, meaningful partnership with an entity developing projects on Hawaiian homelands. This has been an enlightening and capacity-building process for our board as KCDC. We engaged in tough conversations, wrestled with terms, and did not always agree at first. Yet through that dialogue, we have arrived at a mutual agreement that balances accountability and partnership. The process itself has strengthened our understanding of negotiating for fair terms when projects are being developed on Hawaiian homelands, and it has reinforced the importance of collaboration between homestead leadership and project developers. KCDC looks forward to continuing to build capacity through this partnership, increasing resources to benefit our homestead communities, and ensuring that community benefit agreements become a tool to uphold Prince Kuhio's vision of rehabilitation and self-determination for our people. Mahalo nui for your time and for your continued leadership in guiding these processes to benefit our lahui.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Demont Manaole. He's still driving.
Right there we go. Hey, how's it going, guys? All right, hey, so I just wanted to share that we're supporting this move right there, and the reason is because last year, and the reason why we were against it was because two of the homesteads in the area was left out of the package, and to me, that wasn't right. And I'm glad that Pivot had decided to talk to other homesteads in the area. And this is what happens when we can help companies get rehabilitated themselves by understanding and hearing the voices of our people and including the voices, the leadership of the Kanahili and Kaupea homestead, because they're in the area too. So I'm glad that this is working out for everybody. You know, I support Kaupea and I support all the homesteads. You know, the question of KCDC, that's an issue for another time. But as far as Pivot is concerned, Pivot, I'd like to commend you in hearing what the director and the chairman said last year and doing your very best to talk to all the homesteaders and to follow the model of how you can reach out to the community. And because of that, now there's a beautiful relationship is blooming, and that Kaupea and Kanahili is satisfied. And when they're satisfied, I'm satisfied. So we're all good. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk. Aloha, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Demont. Okay, any other question If not, I guess we have a, yeah, to amend. We have a motion to amend. Any questions on that?
Oh, sorry. There you are.
Okay, Ivalani?
Mahalo, Chair and Commissioner. I'd just like to comment on this project with Pivot Energy. We have worked with Sam and Michelle on this in regards to a package. And as you folks can see, is that there's two packages. There's 4 homesteads and a community development corporation. So Malo High, Kauluka'i, and KCD has an agreement. And Kanahile and Kaupea has an agreement, and that agreement isn't that there is any pilikia. The agreement is because we are growing in the growth of the capacity to do what a kukuli ikalahui is, self-determination, economic development, self-preservation, culture preservation, and homesteading. This opportunity with Pivot has given that. And, you know, today, we can have our own benefits agreement and still support our community development within our homestead, but also be ready to self-govern, because the possibility of this community benefits agreement now positions Kaupea Homestead, which is 18 years, to now create programs for ourselves. We don't have a community center and park, but the opportunities for our community development gives us that opportunity to start moving in that direction. And if we've discussed it with Chair, if a community center and park is not something that we can have on the 9 acres, then we will look at our surrounding land so that we can continue to do it, because this right now, as you see, is just one of many community benefits that will position the Kapolei homesteaders to really do what the Prince vision is to really do self-determination, economic development, and cultural preservation, specifically for homesteads, association as defined by the Code of Federal Regulations, CFR 43, Rule 47. So I thank you, Sam. I thank you, Michelle, for your guys' continued efforts to keep us at the table. And this is the first time in the 18 years that any project has allowed us to not hear about it, but be at the beginning of it, of an idea and a possibility of a project that will have direct impact and to us. And I thank you guys so much, and I look forward to working on this project with you folks. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Ivalani. Okay, why don't we take action on that first amendment, which goes to portion B of the action items. Any discussions on that? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, now we'll go for the entire both A and B as amended. Is there a motion for that?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, thank you. Okay, agenda item F2, approval of renewal of revocable permit number 585 Waianae Valley Farm. Tahana?
Yeah, item number F2, item D is again, as the chair had mentioned, is seeking the approval or renewal of revocable permit number 585 issued to West Valley Ranch Limited, doing business as Nanakuli Ranch on 438 acres of TMK land out in Nanakuli. With us, I have Clay Young, who also will be, who drafted the submittal and will be justifying its recommendation.
Yeah, last month, LMD proposed a whole bunch of renewals, which the commission did approve. But one of them, we recommended holding off because that entity did not register their corporate. They were behind on their what they're supposed to do. They have done in that time. So as promised, we came back to recommend renewal. Just to be upfront, this used to be under one entity, but the renewal came in under a different name. And according to the person who helped them get this, because they tried for a long time to get it, evidently they had missed a deadline. So when they tried to resubmit their corporate renewal, somebody else had taken that corporate name. So the resolution was to form a different corporation, and that's what they did. However, all three board members are the same exact board members as the old entity. So again, the Land Management Division is recommending that you accept and allow them to renew for another year. A quick note that this lands have been are being looked at Kalani Fronda's Land Development Division to break it up. And they're gonna, after they do their assessment of all these big lands, they will make a recommendation as to size of lots and that kind of stuff, whether pastoral or agriculture. They're gonna do their due diligence, and because this is month to month renewed annually, it allows us that flexibility if we wanted to go that route. Thank you.
Okay, let's see, when we have a motion, then we're gonna have discussion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
I have a question. So if we approve today,
Mhm.
we'll have 1 year and it'll give time for the department to look at how we might create smaller parcels of INA.
That's correct.
Yeah, we're looking to do homesteading on this and the other Diamond Ranch. Okay, any other questions?
Did you
Commissioner
say
Kalaiakini?
we're looking to do homesteading on this 438 acres?
Yes.
So they're not raising any livestock or anything like that?
Again, I'm not real familiar with what the land development team does, but I know they work with planning and they do extensive research on what would be the best use. And so I'm going to kind of wait. I don't know going to their Kuleana. Yeah, ours is just, drawing up leases and renting them out, but yeah, land development will do a more extensive research on what to present.
Thank you.
Any other question?
Yes, Chair, please. So currently, what's on the land?
They've been actually doing ranching for over 30 years. Yeah, so they have about 50 head of cattle on it. It's significantly, it's a huge parcel. A lot of it is on the sloped on the side of mountains and the valley, and extremely thick brush. So it's not something that it's not. I don't know. Some people think of maybe Kamoela, that kind of ranching. It's not that kind of ranching. This is lots of trees and it's forest land.
And so if development decides to move forward, is the practice that they would be issued a 30-day notice to vacate?
That's what the law, I mean, the contract provides 30 days, but we're gonna try to give as much lead time for them. So the contract is 30 days, but we're gonna give the maximum that we can because again, they've been there for 30+ years, so it's 30 days, I don't think would be enough for them. They gotta find places to put the cattle and that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Any other question? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Okay.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Item number F3, LNG seeking the approval to terminate general lease number 129, issued to Kenneth L. Antonio doing business as Ken's Towing Services, located in Waikea Island of Hawaii, TMK listed under the subject submittal. I have Ashley Tabalno, who had drafted up this submittal and is here to answer any questions to justify the recommendation.
Commissioner Kalaiakini,
So move.
is there a second? Okay, any discussion? Commissioner Kalikini.
Yes, so Ken's Towing, what is condition of the property as far as if we're gonna terminate the lease? Are there is there some cleanup to do or any mitigation of any sorts?
As you're well aware, the Ken's towing area is pretty run down. The provision in the lease provides that they do some remediation or mitigation to whatever, if there's any environmental mess or, stuff that they leave back. We've reached out to them numerous occasions and have not heard. I think Ken's daughter is online, Cynthia. Numerous letters have gone out to him also without any response. This is the first I hear that Cynthia is asking to be a part of the or participate in the meeting. I'm not sure what she has to say, but they've been delinquent on rent also. So
Oh, if we have a rep from Ken's Towing, I'd like to hear what they have to say before we continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, any further questions from commissioners first? Oh, Commissioner Kaniako? Or no?
Wait a minute.
Hang on, well,
Oh, sorry.
okay, okay, go
The,
ahead now. Now we're
So
gonna,
my question is answered in number 2, where the Attorney General is going to go after delinquent rent and outstanding obligations. And
correct.
that's what I want to make sure of, is that we do not simply terminate this, looking at about 36,000 for this particular piece that's delinquent. So
Yeah,
that's
in
all.
our standard notices to them, we indicate that, it's gonna be turned over to the Attorney Generals for processing, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Kahana.
Chair, may I ask a question?
good.
So if the Attorney General's office would go ahead and pursue collections on what is owed,
Mhm.
what is the department's position on remediation? So does the department enforcement take the lead on any remediation work? Because we could be looking at oil spills, we could look and other contaminants.
It would be the department, it would be LMD to follow up and take whatever necessary measures it needs to take. And hopefully apply that cost if it doesn't come from, towards the lessee, yeah.
So there's a process
Yeah,
in place for that.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? We do have Cynthia Homa, public testimony.
Hi, aloha. I
Hello.
am Kenneth Antonio's daughter. I am stepping in for him because last year, May, he had a stroke and he was hospitalized for some time in Oahu. He has since been relocated back here in Hilo. He is still in recovery. He has not been back to operating Ken's Towing. Besides being his daughter, I am also vice president of the company and I am his power of attorney. So I'm just here to listen in and find out what's the next steps and see if there is some kind of a payment plan that we can arrange.
Let me ask you, Cynthia, on the operation of the business, are you saying that you folks would like to continue? And if so, do you have contracts or any kind of business clients that would generate revenue, or what's your situation or business plan moving forward, assuming we allow that?
Well, as far as the location that we are talking about, that is basically our storage location that we store a lot of our equipment and our tow trucks. So our business is still in operational. It has not stopped. We have another location that we own that is where our business primarily is operated from. So as far as going forward, I just need to know, we do owe money. We want to see if there's a payment plan. That's pretty much what I can say right now.
What could you, as a good faith down payment on that payment plan, what are you proposing?
I wouldn't be able to answer that right now. I'd have to take a look to see what we can offer.
Well, the commission is about to take action. I mean,
I
we're not-
understand.
okay, so, okay. Any other questions?
Sure.
Mr. Kaleki?
Yeah, I mean, to that point, exactly. I mean, what has LMD discussed with Ken's Towing? I mean, it's over almost a year, right? that they're
Again, we haven't
behind.
had any response from them. We've sent numerous default letters and to date, until today we see.
So when did the default letters start going out? Because it's all, I mean, from 24, right? So.
Ashley, won't you respond?
Sure, it's in the submittal packet.
Yeah.
There, the notice of default was issued on May 16th, 2025. Following that, notice of termination was mailed on July 16th, 2025. Throughout this process, we have not heard from Ken's Towing until just this morning. I received a call from Cynthia letting me know that she was going to participate
Okay.
here at the meeting via Zoom. But other than that, we did not receive any kind of communication.
Okay, so May was the first notice, right?
The notice of default.
So they stopped paying in July of 24, though.
Yeah, there were notices before that.
There were
We just
notices
note the
before
notices, yes.
Yeah.
We just note the most recent notices, but there were notices before that was sent out.
Okay, thanks.
Let's see, I'm kind of wondering if you would be interested in, making a good faith. You say you're using that area mostly for storage, but you do have another location where you're in full operation.
Correct.
Okay, and can you kind of describe that operation? I mean, what's happening there?
So we are still a full-fledged towing company. We're still in business. The Hilo location basically was just where we kept our tow trucks so that we would have two base yards, one in KL and one in Hilo. And so my dad was actually in charge of the Hilo location. And so now in his absence, it's been put on me to be in charge of that. And so it's just a matter of trying to, get caught up on lease payments and keep that area current.
So you do want to keep that other area then? Is that what you're saying?
At this time, yes.
Okay, so if we were to defer this action item to next month, you could come up with some kind of payment plan and so we don't have to go through the litigation expense and dealing with
Yes.
that. I would suggest we defer it to next month. Give him, I mean, the guy had a heart attack and, we want to be cruel about it, but we also want to carry out our responsibility. So I would ask that the commission just defer this for 1 month and we see what you can come up with. Okay, does that sound fair?
Thank you.
Commissioners, Chair, just a reminder, F4 is also the same termination for a parcel that is next to them also, yeah. So they have adjacent parcels, 2 separate general leases.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's the same in the same
okay, so I have a plan for both parcels then. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Right, just a quick
Commissioner
question.
Kaliki.
I support deferring to next month, but for Cynthia,
Yes.
so why have we not received responses from our letters since May?
Actually, I have been in contact with Cheyenne at DHHL. So I would say maybe the beginning of this year, she did send me a letter. I did respond. And so we have been in correspondence. So I'm not sure why that has not been put into the commission's notes, but she has been in contact with me and we were working with each other.
Okay, I'll follow up with that. I know our employee is on leave.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so
Yeah, but the main thing is we're deferring and put together a plan, Cynthia, and we look forward to hearing it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So
again, it'll be item F4 and
F4
5
too.
would be, I mean, 3 and 4 would be, yeah, deferred till next month.
Okay,
And the last item number 5, we had a speaker earlier, LMD seeking approval to extend license agreement number 847, issued to Kahale Pomaikai, out in Walapue, Island of Molokai, subject T and K listed. And again, we're asking for a 3-month extension to the existing.
3 months.
Yeah.
Any? The chair will entertain a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, the next. Okay, C4 for information only status report regarding enforcement. David Hope.
Good afternoon, Chair Watson and Commissioners. Agenda C4, information only, just a monthly status update. This window is July 14th through August 10th. During this window, we had 13 requests for investigations, bringing the total for the calendar year to 103, and number of reports submitted in this time frame was 74, and total reports submitted for the calendar year 267. Also during this window, we had 15 official correspondences to beneficiaries for various pertaining to various investigations. And as far as some of the work that we did over the last month, we had a 2-day operation in Kauai regarding some homeless trespassing and removal that we did. We also had to assist and at least communicate with Haima and Civil Defense for the tsunami warning on the 28th. And then again, we continued our beneficiary engagement and our interagency collaboration. Hopefully by next month, we get approval from the AG's proposed, and I can do a presentation of some proposed, I guess we can call them like hearing or appearances in front of the commission to supplement our contested case hearing process. Our hope is to, again, make things, be able to bring the issue forward a little bit quicker, and then also to remediate the issues much faster. And then also within the last month, I know we've been making a big push for the entire department to kind of modernize, and our unit has completely gone digital with our reports as well. So again, proud of the guys for continuing to push those things that are important for the department.
Any questions or comments?
I have a question, Chair.
Miss
David,
Gonzalez?
do you quantify these sweeps? And like, it was quite a big operation in Anahola. I was there. Do we ever quantify that to see what that cost the department?
We have not, but I can start doing that if that'll be useful. I will say that, you know, the homeless sweeps that we do, yeah, they're very costly. And what we've seen is that the site control or having a plan to roll right into after is very important. If not, it's just kind of a matter of time before we'll kind of have to be back there doing the same thing again. And that's you know, a big component that we've been trying to work with LMD, but sometimes you know, the severity of the situation calls for us to go do it quickly, and you know, putting limited right of entries in place, things like that do take time. And I understand it's, you know, a little bit more work on their end, but big picture, that's what we like to do, because, you know, it just flying the staff up alone, that's, you know, 3 round trips, a van, you know, all this, like, it's just in the thousands, and that's not even talking about the cleanup itself. So every homeless sweep requires multiple trips, because we have to give them warning. We have to make sure that outreach providers go talk to them first. So we're talking about multiple trips there just to do, you know, one sweep. So it is without a doubt costly, but I can start doing that if that's would be helpful.
I think that would be really important to understand obviously the problem is well documented. But with that should come some quantifiable data where, you know, we can look at what that costs, because it is pretty massive. And I do want to thank you and your department very much, because this particular sweep came just days before the annual Ko'olau Limu Festival down there at the Anahola Park. And I was in shock when I went there on Friday just to double check and make sure that the mountain of cars were gone, that there weren't people blocking the entrance to the park like had been there previously. And so for that, I just want to mahalo all of you. It was a huge operation, and I know that our sponsoring group, the Hosea Level Foundation, was very, very pleased and grateful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or?
Chair, one quick
Commissioner
one.
Kalete?
Maybe you can help on this on, maybe David too. You know, on Hawaii Island, we had some areas like on the Mauna where we had unauthorized occupants. We still have that at the sheep station, and I was curious as to what's the status and what's the holdup and going with that.
Yeah, so there's still unauthorized occupant in the sheep station. We did submit to have a writ filed. Our last update is, I believe they're gonna be doing that within the next couple months. You know, I can't say specifically what
Who generates the writ for us?
the Attorney General's office.
Oh, can the Attorney General chime in on the status, please?
Yeah, Randy? Oh, get a unmute. There you go.
Yes, hi, Commissioner. Yes, so as you know, we were only working at 2 attorney generals at the time. I got assigned to the case to assist Hopule in February, and then we were kind of working through the ledge session. I do have all the documents and have started on a complaint, so I'm looking to hopefully I'm gonna get with Dave and then whoever else I can work with on the Big Island to get the remaining documents that are needed as I'm parsing through everything, and then from there, hopefully I can put together a complaint and get it filed in the next month or two.
In the next month?
I don't want to say the next month because it looks like there's a lot of documents because it's been going on. It looks like it's been happening since 2020.
Next
So,
month would be good timing. We're in Hilo.
I can try for that, but
Thank you.
yeah, I think it's just a matter of finding the documents too, making sure we have all the documents, determining who's actually there and who needs to be placed on the complaint.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions or comments?
Just a
Walter?
Yeah, thank you. Just quick comment. Thank you, David, for you and your team, especially when you're going digital, because that helps you. But we also see your monthly reports that come out and your outreach to the associations. That's really critical. Of course, when you start telling people about, hey, let us know what your complaints are, that's how you end up having all these requests for investigations. I also want to support Commissioner Ornellis's discussion about trying to capture the cost of having you folks do this, because we realize that vacant homestead properties are a liability, and they're not an asset. And allowing people to continue to be on properties that are being abused and our lessees are not being responsible for the properties, that's a liability in itself. The amount of energy and resources that you and your team are required to expend just make it that much more gigantic. And so it would be tough for you folks to be keeping track of all that, but you do have the numbers and whatnot. Maybe we can get you some help just to take a look at that, because we know that you folks are out all the time, all year long. You're always out there. You're always trying to do what's right for our beneficiaries, all the lessees who are responsible. So absolutely. Thanks so much. And Chair, thanks for letting me chime in with my 2 cents.
Sure. Anybody else? Commissioner?
Chair, may I add one more thing? Is the second item related to the racing on the beach in Anahola?
That is correct.
So I think one really big 3-year-long resolution is to really get that construction on the Anahola Village Bridge started, and that just happened. So hopefully that's going to help. with the driving on the beach, I don't know if it'll address the racing on the beach. But right now, the only way to get from one end of Anahola Beach to the other end is to go all the way back up on Kuhio Highway. And so therefore, they're just using the beach as a highway. And so I don't know, I don't know if your meetings with the council kind of came to that same conclusion, because the construction is gonna go through December. But if we can get that bridge, the county council, I say we, which they have the funding for, the contractors there, so the sweep really helped for the bridge, reconstruction to start, because the homeless took over the bridge. And so, with this item here, I just would ask if you stay close to it, only because they're expecting to go through December, but we don't believe that the racing and the driving on the beach is gonna be completely stopped.
Yes.
But thank you if you could do that. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
definitely. I know the day after the meeting, already drafted, I guess, the proposed language for the signs that the police say need to be posted. And that's with the AGs as well, just to get approved. Again, I've talked to Kaipo about these are the specific areas that need to be secured. And then we also have identified the various points in which the signs need to be posted. Per the police, if those signs are posted, they can enforce the driving on the beach, which I think is a big start. But as far as, you know, the bridge and navigating possible other alternatives, I know that's something that should also be looked at as another solution. And so I know Kaipo's kind of talked to, I believe, Kumu Camp about some using that as an access point and some things like that. So, but I definitely agree that I'll stay on top of this because it is a major safety concern. That's our beach. If something happens, the department's going to get sued. So I think for sure we need to stay on this and use the momentum that we have with the council coming to the table with us, being willing to support. We got to take advantage of that now.
Commissioner Kalepa?
Yeah, David, thank you for all you guys do. Appreciate that. And I know as, you know, we build more homes from Maui, for example, Kauai. What is the status with you hiring more staff for the outer islands?
Status, you know, again, I gotta thank Chair Watson. He's always advocating for us to get new positions. But you know, right now with the retirement of one guy, we're gonna looking to fill that, but we don't have any other vacant ones. Next year, I'm gonna go in, shoot big again. I'm gonna ask for 10 positions. With all these leases being turned out, it just, we know that more and more issues are gonna come over time. So I'd rather get ahead of it. It'll be, I think the initial part will be tough based off of the numbers that we get before, as far as placement goes, but that's another big part of starting to keep these stats. I think in the beginning, we're gonna have to choose, but I want to put the staff where the most of the need is. And then also, I just think the reality of it is that we need to have a minimum of 2 guys together all the time. It's too risky out there, the things that we encounter. It just really, it's not an unfortunate reality, but that's just a practical reality, just for safety purposes. So while I'd like to be able to put one on every island, I think just to be most effective and the safest, we do need to go in pairs. But I do also know that that makes staffing in every district a little bit more challenging. But that is the goal. You know, I'll work on it as well as the numbers come in. That's kind of, we'll make the decisions. And even that, I'd like to include you guys in that conversation when it gets to that point, because the reality is that, you know, people are going to be disappointed because if their island's not chosen. But my hope is that, yeah, we can kind of come to an agreement where that's where the need is. And then we'll continue to move around and support each other as best we can until we can get fully staffed. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll support you any way we can.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, David. You guys keep up the good work as well as your team.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, we're gonna take a recess and reconvene at 1 p.m. and we'll be starting up again with item C2. Thank you. Okay, we're back in session. We're reconvening. The next item on the agenda, C2.
Aloha Chair, members of the
Aloha.
Hawaiian Homes Commission, Lehua Kinilau Kano, Nahasda Government Relations Program Manager. I included in your packet the actual draft submittal. We usually give that a month in advance because we know it's pretty extensive to give you some time to review. And then I also did a PowerPoint just to give a high level overview of what's covered in the annual performance report. So we do this annually. So typically, there's a housing plan that the commission adopts. And then this is the annual performance report to say, based on the plan, what did we complete? So for high level, next slide, please. So if you folks can see, the blue line represents the funds that we've received. When DHHL first started receiving funds, we were in the 9 million. We got up to like the 12 million range. Unfortunately, it was zeroed out one year, and then we hit the 2 million figure annually. And then thanks to our congressional delegation who've been advocating on our behalf, we were able to increase that to 22.3 million. But what's pretty remarkable for this year is you'll see the red line. That's the highest expenditure level we've ever done for the department. Even if you address one of the items where the bulk of it is one item, which I'll cover, but really even without that item, it would have been our highest level of expenditure. So just sort of wanted to point that out. So next slide. So our first program area is capital improvement projects. We do use Nahasda funding for CIP, keeping in mind that whatever proportionate share of Nahasda is used in CIP, that proportionate share needs to go to families who are income eligible, so 80% or below. So for the 127 single family lots, projected 29 million costs we spent in this fiscal year, a little over $3 million. We also spent funds in past fiscal years. We are projecting, we'll see what happens at the upcoming awards this coming Saturday. We're anticipating maybe about 44 awards that will go to Nahasda eligible family. And that will likely be the number that we'll put in the final report when we submit to HUD. Next slide for CIP, we've been using Nahasda funds is for this Homestead Project Master Plan and EA. The commission already approved it in Eva Beach. We're just finalizing the environmental review. Usually it's easier to do the master plan first and the Chapter 343 state environmental, and then we follow up and do the federal environmental review. Next slide. Our second program area, thanks to this chair and his advocacy there, is to look at developer financing. What this does is it puts Nahasda as part of the capital stack for low-income housing tax credit projects. It helps the developers score well and therefore potentially open up those funds for our beneficiaries. So just to give you an idea, for $3 million in Nahasda, which was expended in this fiscal year, 32 single-family homes will be built for families who are 60% and below AMI in La'iopua Village for Akau. Next slide. We did give a letter of commitment and there was an award for Hanapepe residence lots, portion of phase 2, 30 single-family homes. Again, they were awarded this funding. We didn't spend it this year. I'm anticipating those funds will be spent in this coming fiscal year. So Hawaii. Next one is La'iopua Village for Hema, 30 single-family homes. A letter of commitment for 2.4 million was provided. There's an anticipation that LIHTC award will be received for this project, and we should be hearing shortly. So the third project area that we provide funding is homeowner financing. Just giving you a snippet of some families who've received assistance. This is the Flores Ohana in Kaikaina, Oahu. This one was done in partnership with Habitat. The home was dedicated last year and the monthly mortgage is under $800 a month. Now, again, a lot of it is because of the partnership with Habitat, where they keep the home affordable. You know, labor is volunteer, so that helps to keep the cost down. The next one is the Cummings and Smith Ohana on Anahola, Kauai. They received their keys right before Christmas. This was not done in partnership, but this gives you an idea of the kind of homes that can be built with Nahasda financing. We continue to receive requests in this area since there are vacant lots in Pi'ilani Maikikai. Next is the Moscow and Santos Ohana in Waiahuli, Maui. These two were built in partnership with Habitat, and they had their home dedication in February 2025. Again, another area where we have vacant lot awards. And then the biggest portion of our financing is now starting to shift towards the turnkeys. So we did 4.4 million in loans for 7 families in Pu'uhona. We expect another 20 million to go out this year as the Pu'uhona awards continue the rest of this year going into 2026. The next area is the home assistance program. This is where we look at older homes and we work with the families to do home repair in our oldest homesteads. So, of course, Kalama'ula, Ho'olehua, and Molokai, Nanakuli, Waimanalo, and Papakolea on Oahu, Anahola in Kauai, Keaukaha, Panaeva in Hawaii Island. And I want to say that village, that older village in West Hawaii. Sorry, the name is escaping me, but Pupapa. The older, because it's always the oldest homesteads have the higher priority. So we completed a home repair in Nanakuli. We have 1 home repair nearly completed. Just to give you an idea of the kind of family dynamic, you know, we have a kupuna who is disabled, has disabled family members. That's sometimes the dynamic we're dealing with. And so they need certain requirements, ADA accessibility type of needs. We're doing a demo new build. That one is in partnership with Habitat. That's in Waimanalo. And, you know, full disclosure, I know you folks hear it on occasion. We have about 86 requests in this program in different stages. We have 44 in Nanakuli. We're working on an area-wide environmental review. We did do a workshop for some families, for some kupuna who were asking in Nanakuli. We have 10 in Waimanalo, 6 in Papakolea, 11 on Hawaii Island, 11 on Molokai, and 4 on Maui. You know, we would really like to work with you. I have a construction specialist on board. She's doing her best to work with partnerships with contractors. Sometimes it's finding contractors, especially on Molokai. Finding contractors who will do Davis-Bacon certified payroll. Yeah, you're already saying no more. That's one of the challenges. We're trying to encourage Maui Habitat to come over to Molokai because one of their staff members resides on the homestead. Just trying to be as creative as we can be. With Leeward Habitat, they're doing a number of our repairs in Nanakuli. So again, just continuing to build those relationships and those connections for our families to access contractors. We do subsidize the Waimanalo Kupuna Housing Project, the annual subsidy of $830,000. We assisted 81 kupuna. That monthly subsidy range can be as low as $300, depending on their income, to as high as $1,380 a month. Next is the Kupuna Rental Subsidy Program. This is our partnership with the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. If you go to their website, you can apply for the program, but they also have this dashboard that's live that you can see how many families have been assisted. You can see by the dots what areas. So they do have families that they're assisting statewide with this program. We are still doing water infrastructure improvements in Molokai. Those improvements, again, continue to be underway to address some of the deficiencies there. And then we have our housing conversion where we take an older building and we do rehab or renovation. In this specific instance, this was lands, former military lands that we're transitioning to housing for homeless beneficiaries on our wait list. If we're very successful with this program, we hope to model this in other communities statewide. And then the next, I think this is the final, is property acquisition. So as you folks are aware, the commission did approve the acquisition of the courtyards at Waipoli, and 25 million is going towards that acquisition. So that's the, again, high-level overview of our annual performance report. You know, as I stated earlier, this is just a draft, so not for any action, but just for your information. So if you have any questions.
Any questions?
I do, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Lehua.
Palekin.
I was just curious, like looking forward, when you watch what's going on at the federal level, how does that, do we anticipate any effect to our programs? I mean, in general, or what's your thoughts?
So Michael, if you don't mind, can you go back to that first slide? So I had already, sorry, second slide, sorry about that. I had already anticipated some impact. So you see those levels of low. So during those years, President Trump at the time had zeroed out our budget. We did get zeroed out again in the president's budget, but it's Congress who makes appropriations. So out of the House, the number was 18.3 for our fiscal year 26. Out of the Senate right now, they're saying it should stay at the same level at 22.3. That's the latest information I have. I will be going to DC next month. And so if I get any updates, but what I've been told is it will probably be status quo, which is the 22.3 million, which is huge for us in terms of
That's
the
good
needs.
news.
Yeah.
Good news. Thank you.
Chair, I have a question. First of all, thank you so much for everything that you do. The question that I have is related to the home repairs. How does the department support beneficiaries to apply for the, specifically, I'm thinking of our kupuna populations in the various areas. Perhaps they don't use a computer, they don't drive. How would one direct those kinds of inquiries? Because I have
So
received them and I don't know the answer.
we've really pivoted to modernization and the online portal, because what used to happen before is we would mail the packet, they would fill it out, mail it back. Sometimes documents are missing and we'd go back and forth in this manner. It really is easiest to upload the documents in the portal so they can be reviewed. If there's any deficiency, that can be done really quickly. So I don't want to take away, they will be presenting after me, but I do believe that they have some technical assistance that they're working into their program. What we've done as Nahasda, because it was so critical to me to get us moving in this direction, is besides using the portal, I do have a staff member who has literally walked kupuna through the application process. He's been able to do it so far, managing between Pu'uhona and Ka'ulo Kaha'i. I don't know how much that's going to be going forward. So I'm on board with working with modernization with whatever they need to help us move in this direction. Again, I don't want to take some of their light. I think they're making some enhancements or improvements in our district offices and here so that people can have more of that access and use that in that way. But I'm always open if people are still experiencing challenges. We do have assistance that we can look towards. I know during the COVID program, there were things called navigators to help people navigate some of these applications. So again, we'd be open to those kinds of assistance, but we really want to encourage people. Of course, they're going to automatically fall back to what they're comfortable with, but encouraging them to embrace modernization, because I think there's a lot of things that could move a lot quicker in terms of their requests for assistance, whether it's transfers, successorship. So again, other staff will talk to that, but we've used Nahasda as sort of the guinea pig, like let us work all the kinks out and let us make all the mistakes. So hopefully when the full department comes on board, we've worked through some of these issues. But again, always open. And if you're hearing from Kupuna that they would like a little bit more hands-on, and then I know Kauai has Ni'ihau and Hawaiian language can sometimes be a barrier too. So again, I'll take that feedback and see where we can always improve.
All right, thank you.
Just a comment, Chair. What, is it true that you had a meeting too in Nanakuli where you're able to provide information, right?
We were asked. to,
Right, and
yes.
so I think that helped to your question because there was a meeting and we had our kupuna come out and they could understand the process and just get live information right then and there. So I think that was really good because the feedback that came back was very, very positive.
So we did that sort of as a pilot, that if it was helpful, then we'd like to follow that same opportunity statewide. So at that meeting, besides Nahasda, we had modernization staff there. We had our information community relations staff as well as HSD staff, because what you'll find is sometimes their questions isn't just Nahasda, there's all these other issues that come up. So yeah, we did pilot that, and we're very open to coming to your communities and seeing how we can help our families.
Any other comments or questions? Not, thank you, Lou.
Thank you.
We just did that. Okay, let's see. C3 for information only, summary of responses to proposed legislative action requests and draft legislative proposal. Mariana?
Aloha e nā komikina o Oriana Leo ko inoa. As the Government Relations Program Specialist here to present item C3 for information only, summary of responses to proposed legislative action requests for 2026 and draft legislative proposals. Outreach commenced since the June 2025 Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting requesting input on the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's legislative package for the 2026 legislative session. An email was sent to 159 DHHL staff, 213 testifiers on DHHL-related measures from 2016 to 2025 legislative sessions, 36 legislative talk story attendees, and 131 stakeholders and homestead associations. The outreach list is attached as Exhibit A. The information was posted on DHHL's website, and NAHASDA participated in virtual and in-person community meetings to solicit legislative proposals for DHHL's 2026 legislative package. 24 proposals were received, and in your submittal is a summary of the proposals. After considering the responses received and measures previously approved by the Commission, 14 draft legislative proposals are summarized below, and the actual draft of the bills are enclosed in Exhibit B. I'd also like to inform the Commission and share with the public that the Governor and the Governor's policy team has decided to include a maximum of 100 bills in their administrative package. DHHL has been allotted 5 slots. So in addition to this notice, the Governor and the Governor's policy team informed the State Department that the 5 bills that would be submitted from our department in particular cannot request an appropriation for funds. And if they were not included in the Governor's admin package within the last 3 years, they will not be included in the Governor's admin package this year. So with your indulgence, we'll be going through all 14 legislative proposals. Next slide, please. Helue kahi relating to housing. This proposal exempts any development of homestead lots or housing for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands from general excise and use taxes. The department provides homesteads for Native Hawaiians at affordable rates when compared to similar development available in Hawaii. To further the interests of beneficiaries, any development of homestead lots or housing for the department should be exempt from general excise and use taxes. This measure was included in the Governor's package last session, but has not passed. Next, we have Helu Elua relating to tax exemption. This proposal exempts all development projects for DHHL from general excise and use taxes. Funds saved from the proposed exemption could be used for future development projects as well as repair and maintenance of existing projects. This is a new legislative proposal for consideration for inclusion in the Hawaiian Homes Commission approved DHHL legislative package. Next, we have Helu Ekolu, number 3. Relating to historic preservation reviews. This proposal allows DHL to assume review of the effect of any proposed project on historic properties or burial sites for lands under its jurisdiction. Instead of requiring DHL to consult with the Department of Land and Natural Resources regarding the effect of a project upon historic properties or burial sites, this proposal would streamline the process by allowing DHL to assume its review. This proposal also requests one full-time equivalent position to be filled by a historic preservation specialist and would allow DHL to utilize fee-for-service options in lieu of a preservation officer. This measure was included in the governor's admin package, but obviously has not passed into law yet. Next, we have Helu Eha, number 4. Relating to the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation, this proposal adds the chairperson of the Hawaiian Homes Commission or the chair's designee as a voting member to HHFDC. The HHFDC is administratively attached to the Department of Business, Economic Development, and Tourism. It is governed by a 9-member board of directors, which establishes policies and executive direction for the corporation. This proposal would allow the department to have representation on the board as a voting member. This measure was previously included in DHHL's legislative package, but was not included in the governor's admin package. Next, we have number 5, Helu Elima, relating to the Hawaii Community Development Authority. This proposal adds the chair of the Hawaiian Homes Commission or the chair's designee to HCDA as a voting member. HCDA was established to supplement traditional community renewal methods by promoting and coordinating public and private sector community development. The 1976 state legislature created the HCDA to plan development of underutilized urban areas of Hawaii. This proposal would allow the department to have representation as a voting member. This measure was previously included in DHHL's package, but not in the governor's admin package. Next, we have Helu Eono, number 6. Relating to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, specifically geothermal. This proposal requests an appropriation of $20 million to the department for the investigation, exploration, and identification of geothermal resources on Hawaiian homelands. Funds are needed to drill slim holes at certain sites on Hawaiian homelands, develop water wells, collect geophysical data, and hire consultants to help the department navigate the intricacies of geothermal development. This bill will allow the department to confirm previously detected and speculated hotspots of geothermal activity on Hawaiian homelands and gather more information for projected uses. This measure was previously included in DHHL's ledge package, but not included in the governor's admin package. Next, we have Helu Ehiku, number 7, relating to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, also specifically geothermal. This proposal is to establish a Native Hawaiian-owned, DHHL beneficiary-owned geothermal energy cooperative on Hawaiian homelands to ensure that geothermal development on Hawaiian homelands directly benefits Native Hawaiian beneficiaries through community ownership, energy sovereignty, and sustainable economic development. This proposal would form a joint venture with an operator. This is a new legislative proposal that was submitted on Monday, August 11th for consideration by the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Subsequently, on August 14th, the Permitted Interaction Group for Geothermal recommended that this proposal be omitted. Next, we have Helu Evalu, number 8. Relating to land transfers. This proposal authorizes the transfer of certain lands under the jurisdiction of certain state agencies to DHHL. As we all are well aware, DHHL manages approximately 203,000 acres of land on various islands across the archipelago. Due to a lack of access to water, infrastructure, and other community needs, many of these lands are unsuitable for housing or to fulfill the purposes of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. This proposal will allow the department to acquire suitable land parcels under the jurisdiction of certain state agencies for the department's housing development projects and other beneficiary needs. A similar measure was previously introduced by a legislator. Number 9, Helu Iuba, relating to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 as amended, specifically loan guarantee increase. This proposal increases the limit of the state's liability for monies borrowed by the department or loans made to lessees that are guaranteed by the department from 100 million to 500 million. Mortgage interest rates have increased and continue to rise while construction costs are ever increasing, due in large part to global inflation. These market conditions have created a situation in which Hawaiian homeland lessees are unable to qualify for a mortgage at the amount needed to afford the home prices being offered through the department's turnkey offering, nor can lessees afford contractor costs for vacant lot home builds. This proposal will help DHHL lessees to, one, qualify for a mortgage at the amount needed to afford the home prices being offered through the department's turnkey offering, and two, afford contractor costs for vacant lot home builds. A similar measure was previously introduced by a legislator. Next, we have Helu'umi, number 10, relating to economic development. This proposal requests appropriation of funds for projects that meet the criteria of Act 96, Session Laws of Hawaii 2025. The department recognizes the state's initiatives to prioritize climate change mitigation projects and regenerative tourism. The department also manages numerous projects that meet the criteria of Act 96. Many of these projects lack sufficient funds. This proposal will ensure that DHHL projects that meet the criteria of Act 96 are directly funded. This is a new legislative proposal for consideration for inclusion in the HHC approved legislative package. As a reminder, so Act 96 is also commonly called the green fee. As your proposal notes, it passed into law last session, and it would require the governor to submit and consider projects to be appropriated funds that, as I mentioned, prioritize climate change mitigation projects and regenerative tourism. Next, we have number 11, Helu'umi Kahi, also relating to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act 1920 as amended, and specifically lease conditions for criminal activity. This proposal amends Section 208 of the HHCA to prohibit lessees, any other person who resides in or has access to the premises through the lessee, or any member of the public from violating any federal, state, or local law or activity that threatens the health, safety, or right to peaceful enjoyment of the lessee or other persons residing on the leased premises or neighboring properties and neighboring residents. In an effort to add a lease condition concerning criminal activity on Hawaiian homelands to all HHL leases, the department currently updates lease documents with an addendum regarding criminal activity on Hawaiian homelands on a case-by-case basis when lessees update their information with the department. As a result, the department has various versions of homestead lease documents that may or may not include the lease addendum regarding criminal activity on Hawaiian homelands. This proposal to amend Section 208 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act will ensure that all conditions of leases will include a lease condition regarding criminal activity on Hawaiian homelands. This is a new legislative proposal for consideration or inclusion in the HHC approved ledge package. Next, we have number 12, Umikumalua, relating also to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, but specifically nieces and nephews. This proposal amends Section 208 and Section 209 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act to include nieces and nephews as qualifying relatives of lessees for the purposes of lease transfer and successorship. The department finds that some lessees have no qualifying relatives for transfer or successorship of leases. This proposal will help to ensure that Hawaiian homeland leases will have an expanded opportunity to remain within beneficiary families. This is a new legislative proposal for consideration for inclusion in the HHC approved package. Next, we have number 13, Umikumokolu, relating to tax revenues. This proposal increases transit accommodation tax rates by 1 percentage point and deposits the increased revenue into the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund established under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. This proposal will help the department to fund new development projects as well as repair and maintenance needs for different kinds of lands and projects on Hawaiian homelands. This is a new legislative proposal for consideration by the Commission, and a similar measure was previously introduced by a legislator. Last but not least, we have number 14, Umikumaha, relating to low-income housing tax credits. This proposal seeks to convert the rental housing revolving fund into a low-interest loan for DHL projects developed with LIHTC. The department develops housing projects using LIHTC that are subject to certain terms, including a 15-year compliance period. This proposal will ensure that after the 15-year compliance period, the rental housing revolving fund will be converted into a low-interest loan. This proposal will allow the department and its beneficiaries to feasibly provide and pay low-interest loans for projects developed by the department with LIHTC. This is a new legislative proposal for consideration by the commission. These draft legislative proposals will be finalized and submitted for approval by the Hawaiian Homes Commission next month and submitted for review by the governor, the Department of the Attorney General, and the Department of Budget and Finance. The proposals are pending final approval, and no proposal is considered part of the package until final approval is granted by the Hawaiian Homes Commission. In this phase of the review process, the commission and the department may amend or withdraw any measure. With that being said, I'm available for questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Kalekini?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ori. Two quick questions. Number one, did you say that if these proposals were not submitted in previous years, that the governor's office will not accept them?
Correct. Legislative proposals that were not included in the governor's package within the last 3 years will not be considered for the 2026 governor's admin package.
Okay, so there were several then, right, that are new?
Yes,
So we'll have to take them off the list.
yes.
And then in the end, out of these 13 that you shared with us, does the commission have to settle on 5 of them?
No, the department will determine the 5 to be submitted to the governor's policy team and the other respective offices. For your information, the legislative proposals that I shared that do not ask for an appropriation of funds and were not rejected previously include number 1, relating to housing, number 3, relating to historic preservation reviews, number 8, relating to land transfers, number 9, to amend the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act for the loan guarantee increase. Number 11, also relating to the HHCA concerning a lease condition for criminal activity. Number 12, to amend the HHCA to include nieces and nephews. And number 14, relating to LIHTC.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comment? Public testimony, Jojo Tanimoto.
It throws me off. So my question has to do with the geothermal. I went to the meeting in Waimea when the community had a public outreach. But my question is not about the product, but how this terminology of benefits to the beneficiary, because Kauai High does not get too much assistance out here, even communication. So what is the benefits to the beneficiaries? I mean, it's clear that it benefits the general public, but this property is Hawaiian homelands. So where's the differential between the public and the beneficiaries? I'm not clear how we get benefits as beneficiaries so that we can access some of those benefits for Kauai High. Can you guys explain that to me, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take a swing at this one. Good question, Anthony. So right now we're just in the information gathering stages of this process. You know, like all our other commercial business ventures that are within our portfolio, there is a direct benefit to our beneficiaries. What that is and what it looks like, we're still a little ways away from it. Part of the extensive beneficiary consultation that we would embark on if we continue on this path, get the funding, find a resource, et cetera, will lay a clear outline to how those benefits are impacted, especially on the island where the resources withdrawn from. I don't want to say taken from, but withdrawn from. So we're not quite there yet, but it will be a major impact if we're able to continue this process and find a resource. And Russell can probably give a little more detail on that.
Hello, Commissioners. Russell Kaupu, Office of the Chair. I'm here as lead staff for the geothermal PIG. I just returned recently from a trip to Aotearoa as part of a group from Hawaii, participating with a group from New Zealand, our Maori cousins, to talk about geothermal development both here and in Aotearoa. Part of that income stream that is generated by the Maori tribes when they develop their resources on their lands. So it's numerous potential. One is the royalty for the resource itself. That comes at a cost to the developer of the resource, the entity that puts together the power plant facility. The way that the Maori tribes have structured it, those that are more forward thinking and those that we are trying to pattern ourselves after, is they are actually part of the joint venture with the developer entity. So they are not only receiving the royalties, they're receiving lease rent for the joint venture, which they are a part of, using a portion of their lands. They're also participating in the income generation from the sale of electricity that's generated at this power facility. And then they have numerous kind of economic features built into their joint venture agreements to reap the maximum amount of benefits. There's also a series of what they call cascading uses when the geothermal resource comes through the facility and it's primarily used for electrical generation. When it comes out of the facility, it often, or not often, it is still has energy in it. It still has heat in it. So before re-injecting it into the ground to replenish the resource, to replenish the reservoir, it runs through numerous other uses. Sometimes it might involve industrial processes like pasteurization of milk and dairy products. Sometimes it's curing of wood and wood products. Sometimes it's food applications like dehydrating or keeping greenhouses warm or cool, depending upon the season. There's also a whole series of tourist industry uses that the geothermal resources put to, including hot baths and steam baths and mud bath spas and all these kind of things that they've come up with. The latest for the Maori tribes and for the industry in a whole is this geothermal resource has considerable mineral deposits in it, in the silica, in the sand like sediment that comes up with the geothermal resource. They figured out how to economically extract these rare earth minerals that are worth something and can be processed. Now, when I say they figured it out, that's kind of leading edge, trying to figure out how to do that affordably, because you're talking about things like gold, silver, titanium, et cetera, et cetera. It's known that those rare earth minerals are in there. They just have to figure out the process and the cost of running that process to make sure it's worthwhile to do that. So they're in the process of doing that. But those are the streams of income that are available to a landowner like we are, to partner with a developer in the industry to own a facility, to generate electricity and then to use all these cascading uses. I wanted to mention that Auntie mentioned this a meeting in Waimea. So I'm not sure if and Auntie, I'm not sure if that's the meeting that the department participated in a while ago as part of a meeting being held by the National Research Energy Laboratory, because we got the word out to all of our beneficiaries and we invited them to attend. There was a more recent meeting in Waimea that was conducted by another state agency, by the Department of Business and Economic Development and Tourism. And that was conducted by another organization, WICA Development. And we were not part of that presentation. So I just want to make real clear that to the commission that, you know, we are moving forward with our geothermal development process, but we were not part of that most recent meeting in Waimea that I think Auntie might be referring to.
Yeah, that was the one with WICA partnering with DBED, going to different places around the island, Puna, Hilo, Kona, I think Waikoloa as well as Waimea.
So Auntie, that is that's the whole kind of breadth of economic benefit of doing one of these developments. There's also in Aotearoa, the Maori tribes often are the benefit of direct electrical service from a power facility that is being built on their land. So they're receiving, in essence, energy free from the grid and free from the national system that they have. It's very different in Aotearoa. They have a national system. The government, the crown, owns all of the distribution and so forth. Whereas here we're a regulated utility. Hawaiian Electric owns the grid and so forth. So it's a little bit different, but they do have direct service to their beneficiaries, to their tribal members. So that might be another consideration for us as we go forward.
Yeah, another benefit, maybe not a strictly, financial benefit, to piggyback off what Russell was talking about, looking at the Maori model and how they've set it up, is from a jobs perspective. They're native tribes, native people that run the facilities from top to bottom. So how does that translate for our beneficiaries? It's kind of simple. We can work with other labor unions. We can work with University of Hawaii. We can work with the public school system, even community schools, other Native Hawaiian organizations, to train our beneficiaries to work at these plants when they're up and running, to build capacity within them so they can have stable jobs, so they can raise their families here in the homes that we built for them.
Okay, so my question still is, where is the portion for the beneficiaries? I mean, it's great that we could look for jobs, but we would be competing with the general public. As far as for financial, I never heard a stream of finances going for the beneficiaries, because as general public, we get benefits from this plant that's going to be, like everybody is going to benefit from this plant, but the beneficiaries get a separate stream into a pocket that the department holds, so that people like us way down here so far away, we don't have water, we don't have infrastructure, even our infrastructure from before, not POW. So we still trying to find out where the beneficiaries, and that's the way the wording of this legislature bill is. So I'm also looking at, if we're going to get direct power, then what's the cost to us? We just finally got a water subsidy, but the water resources are going to the general public. Even though it's coming down towards us, it gets detoured. So the income from the resource is on Hawaiian homes. It's not like the other one we have on our island that is in the general public properties, and everybody benefits the general public. It's a great benefit for everybody. This one says to the beneficiaries. I'm looking for the beneficiaries because Kauai High is looking for something. We can't even get one escape road and evacuation route out of here from the harbor and from Kailapa in the middle of two gulches, and nobody talk to us. So I don't see a differential for beneficiary. That's the way it's written, or general public. We can understand that. We're part of the general public. Where's the difference? Thank you, Russell.
For starters, I know Senator Richards has a hydroelectric discussion in Kailapa coming up end of the month. I plan on being there. I know there's a lot of other water issues within that region that we have discussed in the past at length, and the obstacles that are involved in those discussions. Our politicians in the area, as well as the department, have multiple times, basically have come forward and said, hey, we're going to try to fix this to the best of our ability. But there's financial constraints as well as other constraints. To try to answer your question to the best of my ability, we can't give an answer on what the exact benefits are going to be. But like I've said in the Waimea meetings, even at Uncle Mike Hudson's Waimea Nui meetings when I've given talks about it, this resource is a direct benefit for beneficiaries before we even talk about anybody outside of the beneficiary circle. I understand it's frustrating sometimes when you have non-Hawaiians come into a room and talk about the benefits of geothermal. Point well taken. But this department, this staff, our PIG committee, we have at length gone to lengths to reassure beneficiaries if this project is to get off the ground and move forward economically, culturally, and environmentally safe in Pono, there is going to be a direct benefit for our beneficiaries. What that is right now, we don't know because we haven't even found the resource yet.
Okay, so before anybody else, I just want to say that I'm making this testimony because as the community, we're trying to work with everybody else around Hawaiian homelands and maybe partner. So we need to be in the picture, or at least understanding Hawaiian homes, so that we can also work with the community. Right now, Hawaiian Homes is making us invisible. So we're not blaming anybody. We're just reporting that we like to partner with everybody else that's going around. And so, and I did not get invited to the Nelha public outreach. They never invited us over here in Kauai High. So we was out. The other thing is, I just want to express that we want to work with the communities around us on the subjects that's pertaining to us in Kauai High. And so that's why we went to find out what we can get with Hawaiian Homes and what we're working with everybody else around us. So it's not a blame. Thank you very much.
Mahalo, Anthony. This is Russell. I'll contact you and also work with Commissioner Freitas to work with you offline.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. And any other questions or comments regarding this legislative? Commissioner Ornelas?
Quick question on number 3. So it says here that it was included in the governor's administrative package, but has not passed. Are you able to shed some light on why it didn't pass? Is it a matter of language? Is it a matter of wanting to dedicate a full-time employee? Are you aware of the reasons why?
This will be the second year in the biennium. Last session, it was introduced as HB 1087. On March 6th, it was referred to the Hawaiian Affairs Committee as well as the Committee on Water and Land and Judiciary. It was not scheduled with those committees. Concerning notes and other considerations regarding this legislative proposal, one of the concerns raised was capacity. We're fortunate to have a staff member on the Nahaza team who has experience and knowledge regarding SHIP-D matters. However, we do understand the department could use more. So the amendment to this proposal was the addition of a request for a full-time position. We also consult with stakeholders prior to the ledge session beginning again. So of course, we consult with DNR, SHIP-D, and their main concern was ensuring that we remain accountable and transparent with their office as well as the public as we go through the process outlined in HRS 6E-8.
So the language as we're reading it now, that's how it's submitted to, or has it, I'm sorry, has it been reviewed by the AG's office? It will be reviewed?
Correct. Next month, during commission meeting, I'll be presenting these proposals again for approval by you all. Subsequently, it will go under review by the governor and his policy team, the Attorney General's office, as well as the Department of Budget and Finance. And then it's considered for inclusion in the governor's admin package. Any ledge proposal that is approved by the commission but not included in the governor's admin package is introduced by a legislator independently.
Okay, and I'll tell you why I'm asking this question is because we're dealing with an issue right now on the east side of Kauai in an area known as Anapalau, where there were, I believe, 3 skeletons, almost complete, found on the beach. It was reported to the Kauai Police Department as well as to SHIP-D, and it was immediately kicked back to the department because they said it sits on DHHL lands. So I'm wondering if the language could be, further looked at or massaged or changed altogether, because the reality is once they have been made aware, they as in the state and the counties are aware that the EV are found on DHHL land, it is the practice that it's being immediately kicked back. So given that, could there be changes to the language so that it does, so it passes? To load the language on the front ends and leave it to little debate, because the reality is they don't want to deal with it.
Yes, thank you for the proposed recommendation. That language can be added to this draft legislation to ensure notice to the department.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Not, thank you. All right. Okay, next agenda item C5 for information only status report on our modernization phase 1. Deb and Cohen.
Aloha Chairman and Commissioners, Debbie Aliviato, here to present C5 for information only, along with Karen Yadal, the status report of the DHHL System Modernization Initiative Phase 1. Before I get started on the presentation, I just wanted to mahalo enforcement and the housing team, but especially to Nahasda for, paving the way, especially to Nahasda and Lehua and her team. They have that no scare 'em, go get 'em attitude that, we're here for the beneficiaries and we're going to help them any way we can through an online portal. And, she just takes the initiative to just do it. So I really appreciate and wanted to mahalo her for that. Okay. So this is to update the phase 1 overview of the modernization project, which included the data migration from the legacy system, which included application waitlists, lessee information, the loan information, which includes direct loans and the HASDA, the implementation of the core HSD processes, which is now online, or I should say online within our, in Salesforce, which includes the lease transfers, change of information requests, designation of successors. And of course, we've created the online beneficiary portal, which gives access and update account information and requests for assistance so that they can request for a lease transfer, request for a change of information, or designate a successor. The online beneficiary portal provides 24/7 access, online availability to view their lease, application, and loan details, streamlines communication, faster notification, and improved transparencies regarding requests. And the access is by invitation only, just for security purposes.
Yeah, and to clarify with regards to the invitation only, they can actually sign up for the online portal. They just need to go to the website, dhl.hawaii.gov, and fill in their information, and a DHHL staff member will reach out to verify information. Next slide, please. So before we move forward with the online portal, we do want to emphasize data security. And that's primarily through, as Deb mentioned, Salesforce. So as a clarification, the modernization effort is entirely powered by Salesforce, which is an online platform. We chose Salesforce because it is a leading technology in customers' data management. In this case, our beneficiaries' data, that includes lease and application. It's also used by multiple state and federal agencies, statewide, that includes DCCA and DBED. It's also certified and compliant to work with sensitive data, PII information, and the primary technology that's facilitating that is encryption. And there's a high-level explanation on encryption. It masks data in the event that a threat actor attempts to breach our database, essentially. Next slide, please.
And this is a sample of how an applicant could request for to get pre-qualified through the online submission forms. Next slide. Now, for the online portal features for an applicant, of course, they can initiate a new application, view an existing application to see the status of it. They can initiate a NAHASDA eligibility loan request and also check on that loan status. Now, as far as a lessee, what they can see on the online portal is they can, of course, if they already have a lease, but they don't have an application for agricultural or pastoral, they can also apply online for that as well. And they can manage their other applications if they already have one. They can request to do a island change or anything of that nature. They can also apply for a direct loan, initiate a NAHASDA request, and view their lease.
So we've also improved how our beneficiaries access the waitlist, and that's primarily through a search functionality on the waitlist itself. Previously, our beneficiaries were only able to download the entire list of the waitlist and have to manually search. Now they simply have to input their identity into the search function, and they will be able to pull up their information. Next slide, please. And as Deb mentioned, we've also streamlined notification, and that's by adding alternative options for our beneficiaries, primarily through email correspondence. So instead of having to manually and physically mail out letters, they can now do the correspondence through email. Next slide. And so this is a little bit of a timeline. We just launched last month. We are now heading into our phase 2, which covers the entirety of HSD and completes all of their processes and moving that over into Salesforce. And phase 3, completing the rest of the divisions that includes LDD and LMD. And we do want to also mention regarding support, as Commissioner Ornelas has mentioned, we are dedicated in implementing a support process for our beneficiaries. That's primarily at the moment a support hotline. So we do have a tech support hotline that's been published on the website, and we do have an email. So if they have any concerns or issues, they can reach out directly. With regards to our kupunas, specifically, as Lehua mentioned, we do plan on having more workshops to directly interface with our beneficiaries. We are working with the various homestead associations, SHA as well, to discuss logistics on how we can go about implementing that. And so when we have those workshops implemented, we'll work hand in hand with our kupunas to register them online and help them navigate the portal. Thank you.
Any questions? Question? Anybody else? Either one. Good.
Yeah, question. Are these improvement also tied into other state agencies?
Immigration, yeah. Gotcha.
Not at the moment, but we are working hand in hand with other departments to get some input on how their implementation has been made. So we are gathering inspiration from them throughout our implementation. If
Yeah,
that's
'cause I'm thinking
that
like
answers your question.
applications, where they can go in and pull off birth certificates, those kind of things.
That would be later implementation. Potentially depends on the chair, of course.
We were looking at talking with Department of Health.
Yeah,
to
we've
get
had
that
some
access.
discussions with them. So they're in the process of trying to figure out what kind of digital formats they're gonna use, and I've been pushing them to use that. Our Salesforce, we were willing to help fund it to a certain extent if they use that. If they don't, then I'm not gonna fund anything.
Yeah.
But we do have access to their records right now.
Yeah, because I can see this eliminating a lot of work for the beneficiaries to.
Absolutely. And one thing I would like to mention is that with Salesforce, since there are other departments, including DOH, that are looking into modernizing their platform through Salesforce, we would be able to integrate their data with ours and have a seamless interaction through that process.
Yeah, we already have a MOA with the Department of Health. We know that's been a real roadblock, so to speak, in facilitating, expediting the process. So now they allow us, they train, we get access to those records on a regular basis. So it's really improved, but even better is, if we could implement a Salesforce and then just immediately access. I know we are working with OHA. They have a lot of records that they've digitized that we're trying to get and incorporate. So we're also trying to work and get an MOA with them also.
Okay, thank you.
Question. In terms of the undivided interests, because we have people that are on the wait list that are at a fairly older age that may not make it to get an award. Will that also be something that this could be used for, to apply for the undivided interest?
I think we're using it right now, aren't we?
You guys are using it?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I think that would be the project lease. Yeah,
We're
yeah.
using it right
The
now.
housing, so I had to mahalo them because they are using Salesforce. Yeah, so we've used it at I think the last one was Waikoloa when we did the Big Island when they used Salesforce.
Yeah, that was the first time we used it and went over well. There was a little bit of glitches, but we had staff there that worked through it. So now moving forward, we can kind of use it in a better way. Any other questions or comments? Keep up the good work, gang.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one, let's see. D1 HSD status reports. Juan Garcia, for information only.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Yes, D1 is for your information only, which includes Exhibit A, homestead lease and application totals and monthly activities. You'll note that the lease count statewide increased by 22 leases, and these are primarily from 19 leases for Pu'uhona. I think there was 2 in Anahola and another residential lease in Pu'ukapu on the Big Island. Again, the 22 leases represent residential leases. Exhibit A includes application totals, which currently we have 47,391 applications statewide, represented by 29,596 applicants. Exhibit
C is, I mean, I'm sorry. Exhibit B is the delinquency report, which reflects that the delinquency amount, representing dollar amounts has steadied at 24%. And exhibit C and D are reports with respect to guarantees, loan guarantees issued by the department to Hawaii Community Lending for 3 permanent loans and 2 construction loans. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Any question? We have 2 witnesses, Kenna from Gibson.
Aloha, Chair and Commission. I believe that the status report shows about 1,700 people on the residential wait list for Kauai. And I have questions about if the way money is being spent on the island of Kauai is actually reducing the wait list. So one of these ongoing questions, and this has been a question since January of last year. I think several of you here remember when Auntie Moki and Auntie Kanani flew all the way from Hanapepe to testify here against 2 things. Number 1 was LIHTC at Hanapepe, and number 2 was spending 25 million of Nahasda money, plus another 20 million of department money on courtyards of Waipoli. And at that time, many questions came up, including successorship in these rent-to-own models. Waipoli is currently proposed as a 10-year rent-to-own model. The relocation plan was never approved by HUD. The HUD 223F loan, which was proposed, was denied. And so in May of this year, the department went after private funding for that loan because the relocation plan for the residents has still not been shown a viable plan. But in addition to this, there's growing concern among beneficiaries on Kauai. And this right here is a petition signed by 70 Kauai beneficiaries about the consultation process for this purchase and if it will actually reduce the wait list numbers on Kauai. It starts out, we, the undersigned, the beneficiaries of the Hawaiian Homelands Trust on Kauai, are concerned about decisions made without our consent or participation. Many of us have been waiting decades to be assigned homestead leases on Hawaiian homelands, as was the original vision of Prince Jonah Kuhio. We are upset and alarmed to discover that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands has proposed using 25 million of Nahasda funds to acquire an 82-unit rental apartment building without consulting beneficiaries, as required by DHHL's beneficiary consultation policy. Beneficiary consultation is meaningful and timely consultation with beneficiaries that promotes trust, partnership, and civic engagement. The type of consultation shall be appropriate to the potential impact of the decision or action. Notice, and furthermore, if it is a project being proposed on the island of Kauai, there should be an in-person meeting on the island of Kauai regarding that proposal, especially when it deviates from the original Kauai Island plan. So the reason I'm asking this is because will those 82 units, if purchased by this department, it's still awaiting final decision. Will those people be off the waiting list if they move into these apartments? And what happens during that 10-year rental period if somebody passes away? Are they allowed to pass this on to a successor or not? These questions have not been answered. So again, these are concerns, and this is 70 beneficiaries that signed this petition. These are 5 concerns about Waipoli that have still not been answered. Successorship rights, big concern. Waipoli needs electrical upgrades and ongoing rehabilitation. It's not in the budget. So there's limited land, limited parking. Over and over again, Kauai beneficiaries have come to say, we have not been properly informed or consulted about this proposal. And I guess I'm here to say, when will these questions be answered? The residents have not had a plan about where they will relocate. The beneficiaries on the island of Kauai have not been informed of what is happening or asked their opinion. Unless I misunderstand beneficiary consultation, and I would love to be corrected on that. But when I talk to these beneficiaries in meeting after meeting for the past year, they have said, no one came to our island to host a meeting to ask us about Waipoli courtyards. It was not in the original plan of November 2022 that was approved by DHHL and beneficiaries. So I guess that's my question. When will beneficiary consultation occur?
Thank you. Let's see, the next testifier, Vanessa. Vanessa. Okay. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yeah, next agenda item E5 for informational development, Waimanalo, Kalani Fronda.
Aloha, Chair Watson and Commissioners. For the record, Kalani Fronda, Acting Administrator with the Land Development Division. I have also a team of us that will be presenting what's going to be shared tonight at the community meeting. And the very beginning of this, you will see, I want to say thank you first to presentations that were made in regards to C1 and C2. As you see, that there is quite a bit of collaboration that is needed in order for us to move forward with our development. So you've heard from Lehua in regards to how NAHASDA funds have been used for lot development, homeowner financing, as well as Ori in regards to C2 on pursuing different ways for us to bring costs down, such as tax exemption, land transfers, et cetera, and being very strategic on how we move forward with lot development. You've seen these before, the first set of slides that talk about, if you could move to the next slide, please. So we're going to go over development as well as some of the Oahu projects that we're working on and awards that's going to happen in fiscal year 26, just to highlight that. And then also updates in Waimanalo that's occurring both in acquisitions as well as repair and maintenance. Next slide. Next slide. So you've seen this. I just want to highlight a couple of things. One is, yes, we know that a number of the wait lists. Do want to highlight that 50% of those that are on the wait list are over the age of 65. So very key for us to be aggressive on how we move forward with our development. And next slide, please. And this just shows data of when we started, how much we've issued out over a period of 100 years, what are we working with now, and what is our projections with the 600 million that we had appropriated back several years ago, and how we're moving forward with that. And that's the item on the bottom right, roughly about 7,000 plus new lots that are under development. And next slide, please. This just gives a picture, kind of a graph of one, we own lands, and as Mr. Kaupu had brought up earlier today, our lands are family. Our lands are treasure to us. It's how we move forward with them. We've also found ways to move forward with lands that have more infrastructure. And so what we've identified is lands that we could acquire. I'm not going to go into the details of those, but from there we move forward to site infrastructure. We're tasked with creating water systems, and that's from beginning to end, from soup to nuts. We're also doing wastewater, power, roadways, et cetera, creating all of that with the intention that we don't have a staff that's large enough to manage all of these assets for perpetuity. So we build it so we can move it over and have it managed by the various counties, because they have the staff to be able to manage water, wastewater, roadways, light lighting, street lights, et cetera. We also work with developers to help us. We do the infrastructure. They come forth and find the financing that's required to do different types of vertical housing. And I'm going to go into some of the options that we talk about in the next slide. And then next, we get the beneficiaries into houses. Next slide, please. We've taken a different approach, and that is really pushing forward with project leases. This helps us not bypass someone who cannot qualify. We're moving forward in that. We're kind of at the tail end of the old system that we were using before, where we have the developer build it and then you got to pre-qualify for it. As we move forward in this next fiscal year, you will start to see project leases being issued out, financial assessments being done by our service providers, and then also helping and walking through with our beneficiaries to be able to go through the financial literacy and preparation of how to prepare themselves to be able to purchase a house and be able to get in one. And next is the developer having to shape the type of financing they go and pursue, as well as how they program their development. So it's not all going to be turnkey. Next slide. And this just gives you the options based upon the financial capacity of our beneficiaries. So the options will be rent with option to purchase. It will also be turnkey homes, self-help housing, owner builder lots. All of these will have some type of lease that our beneficiaries can be given to them so they can pass it on to their successor. Next slide. This will give you a update of all of the different awards or the schedule for our awards team that we have for the remainder of calendar year 2025. So this coming Saturday, we have a big lot selection, 115 lots for East Kapolei, Tusi, and Koluoka'i. And then we start to move throughout the Pai'aina in Maui in September and October. And these will cover a number of different areas. I had shared this with you last month. In October, we're in Kauai, going through and meeting with the beneficiaries regarding Waipoli as well as Hanapepe. We're on Lanai to close that project out and be able to really cover the entire list that's there for the island of Lanai. We're back on Maui in November and the end of December. And then back in November, we're going to be awarding a selection for Waipoli. Next slide, please. This gives a update of the projects that we have on Oahu, a little bit more in detail. So out of the 121 acres that are here in Koluoka'i, we've awarded about 137 lots, roughly about 137. We have some that are still vacant because it was owner built. And in 2C is what we had just mentioned. We're going to be awarding the 115 lots this coming Saturday. We have also 2D, 2E, and 2F. Some of this will require additional monies later in the development, more towards 2F. And then also 2A is an area that is bottom left-hand corner, not bottom left, but the bottom area that's yellow that doesn't have a identification on it. Yes, so it's right next to the golf course. So we're working on some multifamily there, and then LDA, which is right alongside the rail in the middle of Croc, as well as going up to UH West Oahu. And those are also multifamily units. This is really to address the 16,000 that's on the wait list for Oahu. Next slide, please. Kaupea. Information's here. It's more for those that are viewing it online, as well as for you to look at later. We've gone through already and done our project leases for this, moving forward with some of the funding, have that identified, and also moving forward in executing the development agreement. And our hope is that we would complete that development agreement before the calendar year is over in 2025. Next slide moves us to an area in East Oahu in Hawaii Kai. We're in the due diligence process and we're going to be closing on this soon on the acquisition of this from Kamehameha Schools. And this is going to be consistent. The development here is going to be consistent with what's around that particular parcel. Most of it is in multifamily. And this would be able to, we've identified and analyzed probably about 80 multifamily units that we can construct and develop in this marina site. Next slide. This shows what's going to be taking place on Oahu in this next fiscal year. So once again, next week, this coming Saturday, this coming Saturday, we have Kauluka'i 115 lots that will be awarded. And then next year, end of the fiscal year in June, we've identified doing project leases as what was shared with in the Nahasda presentation, going through the master planning, going through due diligence as we start to identify specifics of beneficiaries that will be identified in that area. We will be addressing that. We also have an area that we haven't completely fulfilled in Nanakuli going up towards Haleakala on the left side, close to the cemetery. We have an area that we haven't developed and we can build out in the island plan roughly about 15 lots. So we want to start to award those project leases as well, because we have a large group of people on that particular area list in Nanakuli that we really got to take care of. You've also heard in LMD's presentation, we're going to be working with planning on identifying a fit test, meaning identifying how many lots that we can actually develop in the Nanakuli Ranch. That is going to be a combination of single family as well as subsistence agricultural lots. Moving over to Waimanalo updates. I have on the line, and before I pass it on to Riley Kawananakoa, who's been heading up our work in acquisitions. We're really working hard. You know, this is an area that of the island that many people would like to move to. We've kind of exhausted a lot of our lands, and so we're moving forward on looking at different areas that we can acquire. Some of it is through monetizing our affordable housing credits. The other is through land transfers that was mentioned in Ori's presentation. So with that, I believe we have Riley on the, okay. Riley, go ahead, and if you could share this slide.
Aloha, Kalani. Yeah, so we're currently engaged in discussion for acquisition of additional lands in Waimanalo, and we think that this could be an excellent opportunity for potential agriculture, sub-ag, and residential homesteads. We're leveraging Act 14, which is legislature that serves as compensation for lands previously removed from the trust. And we're currently in the due diligence phase of acquisition, and just ensuring that we're using that remaining Act 14 balance on properties with really high quality homesteading opportunities. I guess some other information is that we're really looking forward to bringing homesteads to beneficiaries. And yeah, so this is one of the acquisition opportunities we've been working on. Thank you.
Next slide, please. And we have Kihao and Vladimir from Land Development Division. They're going to share some of the work that's being done here, as well as Sarah is going to also provide information to that as well.
Thank you, Kalani. Aloha, Commissioners and Chair. The Waimanalo Flood Control Channel improvements. This project involves the concrete line drainage channel that runs from Kamauna Place down to Kalanianaole Highway, approximately 2,000 linear feet. This project includes fence repair, tree removal, and relining of the channel. Phase 1 is just been completed, and that ran from Kamauna Place down to Huli Street at a cost of $3,013,000, and that was CIP funded under Purpose 4. Phase 2 will be starting soon, and that one is running from Huli Street to Kalanianaole Highway, and that has been awarded to Kaikor Construction Group. and that one is at a cost of 3.5 million. Also CIP Purpose 4 funds. Construction is scheduled to start at the end of September with an estimated completion in June of 2026. Next slide, please. During this construction, we kindly ask for your cooperation, or the lessees in Waimanalo. All lessees bordering the project limits will receive a notification letter. We asked if you could allow our contractors to access the easement areas as needed for the work. If there are drainage easements within your lot, we ask that you refrain from building structures, planting trees, or placing obstructions over any of your easements in your lease. Any improvements or encroachments that are built on drainage easements, if we have to come in and remove them to do our work, we will not replace them. This drainage channel improvements may lead to easement revisions, which will require an amendment to your lease, and it will be subject to commission approval. Next slide.
Hey, Kehal, can you hold on real quick? Can you go back to that slide? I just want to interject real quick, and that is we've had some issues and going through and working on these, on getting access to some of these areas in YNI. And Kehal made the same plea at the Papakolea community meeting, and it was very successful the week afterwards because the lessees were very willing. We came out, they were able to go out with the consultants and was very receptive on assisting us because they knew that it was a benefit to them as well and their community. So thank you for posting this. Kehao, just wanted to share with the commission on the success of what this slide means when you go out with our consultants. Go ahead.
Thank you. This project, Bell Street Drainage Improvements, a study was completed that there's a actual drainage on Bell Street, but we are going to convert it to pipe drainage with a new outlet, approximately 1,000 linear feet. It has to be designed, so we're going in for design funds of 800,000 fiscal year 2027, and then the following fiscal year we are requesting 8 million for the construction. Next slide. This slide is Sarah's slide.
Hello, Sarah Okuda, Project Manager in the Land Development Division. For the Waimanalo sewer improvement projects, we will be repairing the existing sewer system to city standards in order to transfer maintenance to the city and county of Honolulu. This map in the PowerPoint presentation shows the project area of the existing DHHL sewer system to be transferred to the city in orange. The construction cost for the repairs to the existing system is currently estimated at 28 million. Thanks.
And this slide is my slide. So Kumuhao and Kakaina sewer system improvements. The objectives of this project are to upgrade our sewer system in Kumuhao and Kakaina so that we can turn it over to the county for maintenance and to be run by the county. The project is scheduled to start in the fall or this September and is expected to be completed next fall, 2026. The contractor is MEI Corporation. Their bid came in at 1.8 million. Lessees in these two subdivisions will be sent out notification letters to notify them of the work and the schedule. Traffic control delays will be during the project, and some parking restrictions during construction, some construction noise during normal construction hours, but there should be no disruption to sewer service during the project. Thank you. This is Sarah's slide.
For the Waimanalo cesspool assessment, as previously reported, the assessment to identify lots with cesspools was completed last year. These maps show the lots with cesspools identified in light blue. The map continues on the next slide. And the results by numbers is here. 86 lots identified as having cesspools, as well as 55 lots that are unknown as access was not granted. And on the last slide, the recommendation is to convert to sewer, gravity sewer where appropriate in orange, and low pressure sewer systems, grinder pumps, and low pressure force main where needed in green. A conversion project is pending funding as DHHL seeks various avenues for funding. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. This concludes our updates for Land Development Division. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Is that it? Oh. Okay, the next agenda item G1, draft Waimea Nui Regional Plan Update. Hilly?
Mahalo, Michael. Next slide. Okay, thank you. Okay, here with item G1, review of the draft Waimea Nui Regional Plan Update. The brown cover that you see on here, this is the previous Waimea Regional Plan. It was adopted over 10 years ago. We are in the process of updating, almost finished. You can see the cover listed there on the right. This will be the first time that we're bringing this item before the commission, but we intend to see you folks next month when we're in Hilo, asking you folks to take action on this item. Wanted to quickly cover the regional plan process. So this is the step that the planning office goes through. First thing for regional plan updates, we chat with leadership in the region. We ask them when we should be meeting, what days of the week, where we should go, how do we make sure that people show up. Then we have a series of 4 beneficiary consultation meetings. Okay, so meetings 1, 2, and 3 are all done in sequence. And then following the 3rd beneficiary consultation, we do a priority project selection poll. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. After that, we put together the draft plan, usually come back about a month later or so. And then we present the draft plan and the priority projects to our homesteaders in the region, ask them to take a look and give us comments. We come to you folks twice, once for information, second to ask you to adopt the plan. Next slide. Outreach and engagement. For all of these regional plan updates, we make a project website. Okay, that's made right at the start of the project. We do postcard mailings. This is how we notify our beneficiaries to attend. For Waimea Nui, this is spanning the tracks of Pauahi, from Pauahi all the way to Nie. So that covers Kohala, in between, off the access road between Kauai High, like right at the dry side of Waimea. And then all the way to like Honokaia, Nie side in Hamakua. 878 recipients to our postcard mailing. That's inclusive of all existing lessees across all those different homestead tracts and applicants with a zip code in 96720. And sorry, that should say 96727, which is Honoka'a. Email announcements and reminders are sent out mostly to our homestead associations. They help us quite a bit with distributing information. And then all the attendees that come and sign in, we ask them to share their contact email and we give them reminders and updates about subsequent meetings. Mahalo to Waimea Hawaiian Homesteaders Association and Hui Aloha Pu'ukapu, who assisted us in notifying their membership of all the meetings for Waimea Nui Regional Plan Update. This meeting series, like I mentioned before, 4 beneficiary consultations. After BC number 3, we do a priority project poll.
The first 3 meetings are content related. That's where folks help us to understand their vision for the region, their list of community values, identifying a potential list of project ideas, and then we do priority project voting. So they select the top 5 priority projects within the region. These priority projects are meant to direct the commission and the department in allocation of appropriate resources to priorities that our beneficiaries have identified as important in that region. By resources, I mean both funding and staff time. The priority projects poll we had, this is our current record for highest number of participation. They beat Kauai High by 2 participants. So we're at 107. Other regions, beware, the competition is at 107 as our baseline now. Folks are able to participate in one of 4 ways. Hard copy mailer. They can fill it out, put a postage stamp on it, send it to us. They can do an online form that's hosted through Google Forms, by email, by telephone. And you know, I would say for this one, almost 100% of participants was all on Google Form, including our kupuna. And so they have gotten pretty ma'a to participating in these different ways. That being said, we always make sure we have hard copy mailer available, email and telephone numbers to accommodate any of our beneficiaries who prefer those methods. Beneficiary consultation number 4, we hosted that on the 5th of this month. Gave folks a chance to review the priority project profiles for the 5 projects that they selected and to look over the draft regional plan. We also have, next slide, we also have a comment period as well. So I'll talk about that in a minute. Now for the vision and values, just want to share with you folks what was crafted by our Waimanui beneficiaries. Waimanui is a community rooted in the old ways of living. We live in balance with the world around us, guided by the voices and ike of our kupuna. We know the names of our aina and the names of our people. Across the different homesteads, we work together, advocate for one another, and uphold our values through self-governance. We grow and raise our own food and are sustained by our own aina. We strive to build a relationship of trust with DHHL staff and commissioners who work with us and for us. This way of life is our foundation, and it is what we pass down to the future generations of Waimanui. The values, number 1, caring for the well-being of our kupuna. Next, creating a safe and secure community. Next, perpetuating our cultural traditions. Next, building pilina. Next, being self-sufficient and self-governing. And finally, collaborating and building shared kuleana with DHHL. Next slide. For the priority projects, a total of 7 project ideas were added to the priority project poll. These are the top 5, including the vote breakdown. So ability to participate in the priority project voting is determined by participants of the meeting. So they decide what's the parameters for their voting. For this one, we wanted a kind of extensive breakdown of who is voting. So we had folks self-identify as a lessee, a successor, an applicant, and then other votes includes other members of the homestead. We wanted to allow spouses and keiki who are not beneficiaries but who reside in our homesteads to be able to participate in prioritization. And I think when you look at the total number of votes, it is very much the minority. The majority of our votes is with our beneficiaries. And that's why we break it down this way. So the priority project ideas themselves, the one that received the most is the Waimanui Hawaiian Homestead Community Initiative. That's located on the 161-acre parcel there adjacent to Kanoka'aina. They have a whole lot planned for that area, and continued support from this commission and the staff in implementation of this project idea is very important to them. Number two, equitable and sustainable water access. I think as commissioners, as we're going through and doing these regional plan updates, water is going to be higher and higher on the priority list. We saw that in Kauai High. We're seeing that now with Waimanui, and a little preview, you're also going to see that with Maku'u as well. So this is something that I think it's a high priority, not just to staff and commissioners, but also to our beneficiaries. One of the major components of this priority project has to do with the extensive water struggles in Honokaia. And some of that can be discussed, some of it cannot be discussed because of ongoing litigation. But just my recommendation to all beneficiaries of interest, as well as our commissioners, please look into the Honokaia water history and the challenges that we're facing there. We do our best to break it down in the priority project profile in this document, but there's only so many pages you can fit into a regional plan. Number three, strategize and initiate subdivision and commencement date. This is for Pu'ukapu Pastoral. I know you folks are aware that has been an item that's come before this commission several times. We hope to have an update at next month's commission meeting on this item. And I think the regional plan is a good vehicle to capture some of the beneficiary concerns around this item. Our West Hawaii District Office staff have been trying to initiate this commencement date. And we're hopeful that with the work that the planning office can do through this regional planning process and implementation thereafter, that we'll be able to support this and get it to a point where next year, when the commission is in West Hawaii, we may be able to initiate that commencement date. Number four, Homestead Safety and Security Improvement Program. For folks who may not be familiar with the Pu'ukapu area, that section of Kohala has had a lot of challenges with wildfire in particular. Just in the last few weeks, fire up off Mana Road. Also, there was a fire in the Pauilo area. And so that area is just getting drier and drier as time goes on. And this Homestead Safety and Security Program is inclusive of, resiliency and mitigation measures to try to protect against things like wildfire and other natural disasters. In addition to that, anytime you have an extensive road network, either paved or unpaved, you have a pathway into the homestead, and it is inviting of people who don't belong in the homestead to come in. And so that is a challenge that folks in the Pu'ukapu area and the extended areas, Nienie, Kamoku, et cetera, that are dealing with. All of that is captured in this priority project. And finally, Waimanui Agricultural and Pastoral Pilot Program. Our Waimanui beneficiaries let us know in very clear terms that they are oftentimes dissatisfied with the types of programs that come in and try to prescribe how they should do their agriculture, how they should do their ranching, and that peer-to-peer development, peer-to-peer workshops and trainings is really the pathway that they would prefer. And so they're looking at implementation of a pilot program in their region that focuses on agriculture and on ranching, and something that they could possibly develop to help build within the homestead and maybe be able to partner with other homesteads throughout the pipeline. Next slide. Next steps. We're here today for information only. The end of the comment period for the draft plan, and this is for our beneficiaries to participate, is August 25th of this month. And then depending on the types of comments that we get from folks, if there's nothing too substantive, we hope to come back in September and ask you folks to take action and adopt this plan. Mahalo. Any questions?
Questions? No. Okay.
No.
Thank you, Lily.
Let's dive into the next one.
Workshop.
Oh, Lily Makaila, planner with DHHL's planner office. I'll be here 2 more times. Okay. We have item G2 for information only. This is our compliance workshop. I know you guys have been waiting all day
to go over the compliance workshop. I was hoping we'd schedule it right at the end of the day when everyone is most perky. Thanks, Leah. Let me know when we're ready, Michael.
Anybody need coffee? Grab a coffee.
Okay, compliance and why we do it. Because we have to, because it's regulation. We comply with all of the different federal regulations and state regulations, or at least we try to, don't we? There are other reasons why we do this. Understanding potential impacts to people and places should be a priority ahead of development. Understanding how to protect Native rights and traditional and customary practice should also be important to DHHL and the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Our mission, right, is serving beneficiaries that are all Native Hawaiian. And so making sure that we're protecting their rights and traditional and customary practices should be a standard. And also consulting with our beneficiaries is a part of our fiduciary responsibilities. You know, all of the different agencies and entities in Hawaii state and county, they are also required to fulfill all of this regulation. They're required to be in compliance as well. But I think no other entity is primed to show them how to do it best than the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Next slide. Okay, we're gonna start with a quiz. Makai, you can take this first question. Okay, just kidding. We'll go through the coverage of it first and then I'll come back to you. Next slide.
I take notes then.
I mean, whatever you need to do to help yourself.
Can I chat you before you ask me?
You know, ChatGPT might lead you wrong, but go ahead. Okay, let's talk about NEPA. I think folks have heard about NEPA all the time, right? The regulation for this. So compliance, the first thing is regulation. What's the regulation? National Environmental Policy Act. Okay, what's the common trigger? What DHHL experiences as our most common trigger is use of federal funds. Nahasda funds is all federal funds. Check, that's our trigger. Waimea Nui Emergency Operations Center, use of DOD funds, check. Must comply with NEPA. What's the determining agency? Whoever the funder says, right? Another common trigger, which is not common for us, but for other entities is, right, use of federal lands. So if it happens on federal lands, then they have to comply with NEPA. For us, most things happen on DHHL lands. So our primary trigger is use of federal funds. And there's always going to be a determining agency. If it is use of Nahasda funds, then it's HUD. If it's use of the funds that we got for the DSIP grant for Waimea Nui, it's Department of Defense. And so their pathway for what you need to do to comply is unique to themselves. We don't know until they tell us what it is. Luckily, we have Malia in Nahasda who knows all the things when it comes to NEPA for HUD. And we've seemed to not make any egregious errors with Waimea Nui so far, but we do have an audit going right now, so we'll see how that fares. How to comply. Follow the process of the funder. Next slide. Section 106. Okay, Section 106 is actually referring to the National Historic Preservation Act. Every compliance has a regulation that it originates from. Section 106 is of the National Historic Preservation Act. Common trigger, use of federal funds. So anytime we use Nahasda funds, when we got our DOD grant for Waimea Nui EOC, all of those trigger compliance with Section 106. The determining agency for anything in Hawaii is what's called the State Historic Preservation Office, not division. The office or the officer. They call him the SHPO or the SHOPO. Technically, that's the chair for DLNR, Don Chang. Usually we bring it to the attention of Jessica Puff, who's the division administrator. How do we comply? Through studies and through consultation. Now, Department of the Interior has a list for consultation, the NHO list, Native Hawaiian Organization list. So typically we follow that format. In addition, we do like to consult with our beneficiaries. Usually it includes an agency determination letter. So what that means is DHHL will make a determination on whether or not we are going to be impacting historic properties. And then we wait for the SHPO or the SHOPO to concur with us. Next slide. HRS Chapter 343. Okay, Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 343, Environmental Compliance. Common trigger, use of state land. So anything on DHHL lands or use of state funds. Anytime we use DHHL money or land, we must be in compliance with Chapter 343. Luckily, the determining agency is you good people. And so typically it's a less arduous process. I do want to remind you folks of your role. There are only 3 ways to comply: environmental impact statement, environmental assessment, or an exemption from an already approved exemption list. If it's not one of those 3 ways, you cannot make a determination of no significant impact. Only through those 3 pathways is it possible. Anything other than those is non-compliance. Next slide, HRS Chapter 6E. Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 6E, pertaining to historic properties. Common trigger is the same: use of state lands, use of state funds. Now, the interesting thing is, for most county permits, right, if you are going to trigger for permits and you need permits, usually it's for ground disturbance. There's like a threshold of grading and grubbing on Oahu. If you do less than, I think it's 15,000 square feet of grubbing, not grading, but if you do less than 15,000 square feet of grubbing, then you don't have to apply for a permit. And the permit is usually where you make sure that you've complied with Chapter 6E, but DHHL is special. There is no threshold. The threshold is not ground disturbance. The threshold is anything. Anything. And that's been coming up recently when we got a call from SHPD about action taking place in Hilo that we didn't have appropriate compliance completed for. Recently down at Eisenberg, contact from SHPD because there was some gravel that was being put on the parking area to make sure that it's not too dusty. That's activity. And that requires consultation with SHPD. And so you wouldn't believe how minimal the activity would need to be, and it triggers this type of compliance. So heads up to all DHHL staff and all of our commissioners. The threshold is very, very minimal for compliance. Now, it doesn't mean we have to do a full archaeological inventory study. We just got to talk to SHPD and say, hey, this is what we're going to do. And they're probably going to say, yeah, no problem. Thanks for consulting with us. And then we can move on with our lives. Question, Commissioner.
So for the activity in Hilo, we
Trimming trees.
I know, we needed to get in touch
Just
with
the
SHPD.
consultation.
Just
No
the
studies needed, just consultation. Typically, we do that process, DHHL determination letter. We float that to SHPD staff. They give us a concurrence letter and a thumbs up. Sorry, strike that top. The 3 pathways, Kalamai. That one was a holdover from a previous one. Next slide. I made a handy dandy compliance matrix. You guys are so welcome. I know you've been eagerly awaiting. So typically you have the 4 corners, right? The orange side is federal compliance. The state side is green compliance. On the top is environmental. On the bottom is historic preservation. You're so welcome.
He said he's ready for his question.
I could tell from the yawns. I won't take offense to that. Next slide, Kapa'akai framework analysis. Okay, so this is just a little thing. I see this spelled all over the place. Okay, so Kapa'akai is ka space pa'akai. It's in reference to an organization called Kapa'akai o Ka'aina. And this framework analysis was created through the Hawaii Supreme Court. Through litigation was born the Kapa'akai framework analysis, and it's named after that Supreme Court case. So the regulation for this is actually the state constitution, Article 12, Section 7, which is in reference to traditional and customary practices. The common trigger is any determination that's made, including for you folks, determination on chapter 343. Anytime an agency in Hawaii, state, county, etc., makes a determination, most of the lawsuits that we see are like land use commission, but can also be inclusive of Hawaiian Homes Commission because we also make determinations. Now, the determining agency, as far as we understand it, is the Hawaiian Homes Commission. It doesn't go so far as to say that, we need to have this full it's not fully articulated in the HRS in the same way that chapter 343 is. And the reason for that is because it's kind of assumed or directed that Kapa'akai framework analysis is included in compliance with chapter 343. It is briefly mentioned in there, but I think the term is coming up more and more. More often than not, when litigation goes on Kapa'akai framework analysis, it's found that it's not in compliance, that enough was not done to meet the standard. And so I used the 3 pidgin English ways to remember how to do it, okay? This is when you're looking at an area or a potential project or action, how to understand impacts to native rights or traditional and customary practices. What get? Look in the vicinity of the area and find out what types of rights and traditional and customary practices are in existence, historical or current. Number 2, what gonna happen? What will happen to these, if anything, because of your proposed action? And number 3, what we're gonna do to make them pono? How are we going to mitigate these potential impacts to these rights or traditional and customary practices because of the action that we are intending to take? Most often, Kapa'akai framework analysis is a subchapter of an environmental impact statement or an environmental assessment. I have no objection to that. I just want to bring it to the commission's attention and all staff's attention that it's possible chapter 343 does not fully answer these questions, and it's supposed to. We're supposed to contemplate these things in the determination. And the Hawaiian Homes Commission in this way is responsible for actions that can be taken that could adversely impact Native rights and traditional and customary practices. Next slide. We're almost done. I promise, Makai. I promise. Beneficiary consultation policy. Okay, this term is used and overused and misused and sometimes used correctly. I wanted to cover the triggers. So, beneficiary consultation policy was adopted by this commission in 2009. It was amended again in 2014. So sometimes you'll hear our beneficiaries or just members of the community asking questions like, where was the beneficiary consultation? Supposed to have beneficiary consultation. They are correct if it was past 2009. Okay, this beneficiary consultation policy was adopted in 2009, and that's where it articulates the process. I'll talk about the process in just a minute. So that's something to keep in mind when we're looking at past actions of this commission. There are 4 primary triggers in that beneficiary consultation from 2009, amended in 2014. Number 1, statewide policy changes. Julie Ann Cachola's little statewide tour for the amendment to the Hawaii Revised Statute, our Pilina-based or lineal descendancy, update to caretakers. So those are statewide policies and require beneficiary consultation. DHHL plans or updates. I was just presenting on Waimanui Regional Plan update. Anytime we create a plan or update a plan, it requires beneficiary consultation. Changes to land use designations. That is the department's ordinance, our land use. Is it homesteading? Is it non-homesteading? Is it residential homesteading? Is it commercial use? Any changes to land use designations requires beneficiary consultation first. Long-term land dispositions for non-homesteading uses. That's when you see it most often, right? When folks wanted to have a long-term land disposition for Upolu Point for community use, that's a land use request that triggers beneficiary consultation. Now, the beneficiary consultation shouldn't be this huge, intimidating process. For the most part, with the exception of the plans, For the most part, beneficiary consultation is usually just one meeting. It's one meeting and it's a 30-day comment period to follow. Now, as far as whether or not that is sufficient, the decision on whether that one meeting and the subsequent comment period is sufficient to fulfill the consultation policy is up to you folks. The next piece after the meeting and after the 30-day comment period, we come back to you with a report. Our beneficiary consultation report is meant to capture all of the mana'o from the meeting, the subsequent comments, and bring it before the commission for your attention and asking for your acceptance as complete. And it's when you accept that as complete that we all understand whether we fulfilled the policy or have we not fulfilled it. Next slide. Okay, planning office role. It's our job in the planning office to know all of these things. I mean, I do expect you guys to carry around your matrix, but if you need another one, swing by and we can help you out with that. We also can help manage different projects that need to have compliance elements to it. You know, happy to do that type of work in our master planning and our EAs. We also review environmental disclosure documents, historical site surveys, and other technical studies. Sometimes we're asked to comment on behalf of the department on another entity's environmental assessment or impact statement. Sometimes we're reviewing our own and providing those comments on behalf of the department. It's also planning office's kuleana to inform the Hawaiian Homes Commission to the best of our ability and to conduct that beneficiary consultation on behalf of the department. Next slide. Staff role. Know the regulations and policies as best you can. You know, I was not aware that there's no one out here saying, hey, that's illegal. Don't do that. Oftentimes there's nobody watching until it becomes a problem. So it is the kuleana of all of us staff to be familiar with the regulation, be familiar with those triggers. The triggers are, I think, are the most important part. And the more that we are ma'a to those things, the better that we can help guide the department. And also always reach out for guidance. I mean, we all hope to be as cool as Malia Cox in Nahasda one day, maybe. She's the guru of all the things, but you know, the rest of us in planning office, we do our best. We're happy to help out. And also if we're dealing with funding from maybe a federal source we've never worked with before, just ask the determining agency. They have their whole list of how you can comply. And they're usually, you know, very happy to turn that over and walk you through the process. Next slide. Same thing goes for our commissioners. I also ask that you folks in your decision-making, you know, be responsible for how you act in your role as the decision maker. Man, I don't envy you folks at all, but know that we do not have an issue answering any of your questions. And, you know, if you want to take a hard stance with us and say, well, somebody gave me this matrix, tell me how you fill in all of these boxes for the triggers, we're happy to do that. And if we can't do that, then we are not doing our job correctly. We also want to make sure that you have enough time to review. And so we'll do our best to make sure that our exhibits are in a timely fashion and that we get it out to you folks. And we mahalo you for all of your action in accepting these documents and accepting this kuleana as a decision maker. Next slide. Okay, Makai, are you ready?
No.
I made it specifically for you. Okay. Here's the scenario. DHHL receives, I'm serious too. Okay, DHHL receives federal funds for water source development on its lands in North Kona, Hawaii. What compliance is required? Next click, Michael. Makai, do you know what the federal compliance is that's required?
I'm gonna call you and ask you.
Oh, okay, I can tell you this time. Next click,
Oh,
NEPA
that's kinda-
and section
I'm
106.
sure there, but I'll call you to clarify there's no typos to make sure everything's good.
Hey, you know, that is probably a thing.
Same time to George, I'll make sure she knows that she's gonna be the beneficiary consultation.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, next click. State compliance. Anyone know what type of state compliance?
343.
Yes, Molokai in the
68.
wind. Oh, and 62 for Molokai. Oh, Kapa'akai Maui. Oh, Maui Nui has it today. Maui Nui has it today. Okay, next one. DHHL compliance. What is it that we need for DHHL? Yes, it is. You know, I should have only been talking about. I was just, I didn't ever even hear you over there. Move your microphone closer. Okay.
I don't want to be on record.
Okay, next slide. Okay, thank you guys so much. I hope you enjoyed your compliance workshop. I'll be here for one more item.
Lily,
Yes.
what case at the Supreme Court resulted in a Pa'akai analysis?
The Kapa'akai o Ka'aina versus the Land Use Commission. And it was on Hawaii Island in Ka'upulehu. DHHL was actually a part of it.
South.
Kona, North Kona, yep.
Yeah.
Where the salt ponds are. So Kamehameha Schools had a large portion of land. They wanted to change it from state conservation district to urban district for the development of the Kona Village resorts. Next to the, I think it was Hualalai Resort that's over there. So they wanted to change at the Land Use Commission. There were multiple entities, including DHHL. We were involved with the petitioners, not the defendants this time. And we went through this long series, back and forth meetings with the Land Use Commission from 1992 to 1994, I believe. I say we, but I was not there. What happened was the Land Use Commission moved forward and they approved the boundary change. There was litigation that went up through the Hawaii courts up to the Supreme Court. And ultimately, they found that the Land Use Commission did not ensure that Kapa'akai, that Article 12, Section 7 was appropriately effectuated in the decision-making of the Land Use Commission. And they said that there were no studies that looked at Native rights and traditional practices. And furthermore, the Land Use Commission delegated that authority to the applicant. So they allowed the applicant / developer to decide whether or not they had complied with Article 12, Section 7. And that was not what the Supreme Court found was acceptable. So the result of that was case law, findings of fact, and conclusions of law that gives us what's known today as the Kapa'akai framework analysis, a 3-part analysis format that helps us to effectuate Article 12, Section 7.
Who conducts the Kapa'akai?
The person who's going to take action. So one good example is we plan on doing water source development in North Kona, yeah? And water in North Kona is very, very complex. And the best way that we could ensure that we were in compliance with Kapa'akai framework analysis and to help educate our beneficiaries and engage with our practitioners in that area, we completed a Kapa'akai framework analysis for that area. And it went all the way from Keho up to Kealakehe. And it looked at historical, contemporary use, projected use, all potential impacts, and it created this list of mitigation measures. What are all the things that we can do to help protect Native rights and protect these traditions and customary practices that have been identified through this process? So that's one way that you can do it. That level of detail is not always necessary. For this area, we thought it would be good because not only do we have to go through like county permitting, our own permitting, but we have to go through seaworm permitting. So better to just, handle it ahead of time so that we can move forward and not have our developments held up. We have so many people waiting in Laiopua, and we need to make sure that we're getting water to them. So completing that Kapa'akai framework analysis upfront, allows us to move forward with that development schedule, but also to fulfill this regulation. Wow.
Do we do that in-house? Our staff does it, or do we get third party?
We had a consultant for that one, Noho Papa. Because Kapa'akai framework analysis reports are very uncommon, it was a collaborative approach. And so planning office staff, I was the project manager on the planning office side, and then we worked with Noho Papa Hawaii to do that one.
This is overlooked a lot of times.
Yeah, you know, it's coming up more and more. We're hearing it at almost every CWARM meeting, a lot of other meetings. So the more ma'a all of us are to this regulation and what it looks like, I think the better. It'll make it easier and smoother in our process. Any other questions? Okay, last one. Wait. Oh, sorry.
Okay, Jojo.
Here I am. It didn't want to unmute me. Thank you. I'd like to ask Lily, when we did our regional plan and our island plan for Kauai High, the land designation has nothing on conservation lands. Also, on the Big Island, we do not have a Hawaii Island Burial Council for us because we cannot get quorum. And so we are now working with the county, who has created a cultural resource committee who works under the statutes of SHPE. And so I notice in all of your presentation, you don't recognize that the island has to use the county version, and the county is using the SHPE because we cannot get SHPE. I even went to the office because we have all of the historical artifacts for Kauai High, and it's not in our plan. So I am wondering where you include the Cultural Resource Council, because that's the county version of SHPE, and they had to adopt all of SHPE's statutes in order for the county to run a program even. Now, we find that the community is required to do an EIS or an EA and all of that kind of stuff. But when it comes to Hawaiian homes, you guys are not doing it. And so my second thing is, what's the difference in both questions? If you can do that for me, please.
I will do my best, Auntie Jojo. So for environmental impact statements and environmental assessments, we are required to do so, especially for all of our homesteads. You know what is interesting though, as I have looked at environmental impact statements and environmental assessments for most of our homesteads, they are, most of them were done in like the 80s, 90s, maybe the early 2000s. And the reason for that is because the department has been so slow in our development. You know, everyone has their reasons for why we've been so slow, but I think a lot of times our slow development has to do with the availability of funds. And so we may be completing this very critical piece, environmental assessment or environmental impact statement, but it takes us decades to actually have the funding to do the development and give out the homesteads. So the environmental assessments, environmental impact statements, or exemption letters are there. They're just old. They're just very old. And normally we would love for it to be, you know, environmental impact assessment and then right after dive right into development. But that has not been the reality of DHHL's development pathway. The other thing, Auntie Jojo, that you talk about is how do the counties fit into the department's compliance with Chapter 6E? And how do our burial councils fit into that? And I think that's a good question. So for counties and the burial councils, there are certain things that come before our burial councils, and this is statewide. This is not just for Hawaii, or not just for DHHL, but other entities in Hawaii. So things like a burial treatment plan, what to do with EV that are found in a particular area that may or may not be impacted by development or other action of its type. That type of information comes before our burial councils. Getting engagement with lineal descendants comes before our burial councils. Those are the types of entities that come before the burial councils. And the burial councils are administered by State Historic Preservation Division. So that's the nexus between SHPD or State Historic Preservation Division and the burial councils, which are typically regionally done at the county level or at the island level more so. And then DHHL's nexus is with both of those things.
Okay, so can I assume then, when you come back for the island plan, that you will be indicating where the conservation lands are going to be, at least for Kauai High, because the community is trying to work with the Resource Council as referred to. Otherwise we would go to a burial council. We don't have the quorum. So they don't have a burial council. OHA doesn't have a burial council. They don't have quorum. So we have to work with the county resource, and it's not in your presentation. So I would appreciate your adding them into it, because that's what we're being told we have to do. We don't
Yes.
have a burial council, but it's
So
not in your
Auntie Jojo, for
presentation.
the
Yes.
Kalamai, for the nexus with the island plan does look at land use designations. We do identify areas that are under the conservation land use designation under DHHL's land use designations. We do not, however, call out in our public plans historic sites and sensitive sites, and that is just standard practice. I'm happy to talk about it with you offline though, or at our next island plan meeting. I do have to move on to the next item. So mahalo for your
Wonderful.
questions.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Appreciate it. Okay, next slide.
Agenda G3. Update on the plan implementation of Ho'oponomoku Amanao Regional Plan or Island Plan. Yes, Lily.
Mahalo Chair Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager. Next slide. DHHL's planning system, I'm sure you folks have all looked at this, the 3-tiered planning system. I'm gonna skip over this one. I'll talk about it more at our community meeting. So this is a summary of, based on Oahu's island plan. Every island has an island plan, focuses on land inventory, and it assigns a land use designation. This calls out everything in the Ko'olaupokomoku, just for your information. Next slide. The 3 primary areas are Waimanalo, Ha'iku, and Waiahole. Ha'iku is not suitable for homesteading use. The lands that we have there are lands that came in later on, not part of the original DHHL Hawaiian Homelands Inventory. They were transferred to the department and at this time are not suitable for homesteading use, just based on spatial analysis and access, as well as other development constraints. Waiahole, these are parcels that are a part of the state's agricultural park in Waiahole. These were vacant lots that were transferred from HHFDC into the Hawaiian Homelands inventory. So it's a handful of lots that are all subsistence agriculture. And then Waimanalo has quite a bit of land, including all the face lands there in blue. Those are over 1,400 acres. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Next slide. For Waimanalo Regional Plan, we updated the regional plan last year. There are 5 priority projects that were identified. The first one, create more DHHL agricultural homesteads in Waimanalo region. There are 685 leases in the Waimanalo region. Only 2 of those currently are agriculture. The rest of them are all residential. For that reason, our beneficiaries asked that we prioritize agricultural homestead development in the region. The kuleana for the implementation of this does fall on DHHL. The implementation status is in progress. Kalani shared a little bit about the 52-acre parcel that's currently in our land inventory. And we are looking at doing some development on that parcel. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. The next one is Kauhale Waimanalo. That's a project idea. That's the kuleana of the Waimanalo Hawaiian Homestead Association. The implementation for that is in progress. It's additional gathering space and hosting space in their homestead. Waimanalo is one of our oldest homesteads that we have. It is very populated, and their current halau space, which is where we'll be this evening for the community meeting, you know, they're pretty maxed out. I mean, all the good parties are over there already, so they need a second halau space and a little bit of expanded area so that they can accommodate all of our homesteaders. The third one, and this was one of our real controversial priority project ideas, provide grants from DHHL trust funds to Waimanalo lessees. Now the regional plan's already been adopted, so no take backsies on this one. But the origin for this actually had to do with reacting to Act 279. Yeah, Act 279 says that we're to cater to our waitlisters and to attack the waitlist, but it does not allow us to utilize those funds in our existing homesteads. And that's hard for our homesteaders, especially in the aging homesteads, to swallow. That is $600 million that is not for them. And so, you know, they shared about a previous grant program that had been offered to them. They could get a $50,000 no interest loan that was later forgiven, that allowed them to renovate their homes, especially the older homes that were built back in the 1930s, and it allowed them to make the home more ADA compliant. You know, depending on where that money comes from, it can have a lot of strings attached from it. You know, we should be very careful with how we utilize our trust funds. However, if we were to utilize our trust funds for a small grant program like this, it would allow us to give these types of you know, disbursements of money without all the strings that come with NAHASDA, without all the hoops that they have to jump through in accessing other types of funding. Number 4, Waimanalo Business Park. This one is a kuleana of the Homestead Association. In progress, still identifying a site. We'll probably come before you folks with a land use request for a long-term land disposition. And the 5th one is allow extensions in perpetuity for homestead leases. This was the number 2 controversial one that we had. Now, at the time that this was discussed, we all understand that this requires a change to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And our current political environment, you know, may not be advisable for us to bring this to Washington, D.C. at this time. However, that doesn't preclude the department staff from doing a little bit of research into it, especially for our older homesteaders. You know, they're coming up on, if they haven't already, you know, our Molokai homesteaders have already engaged that option to extend for another 100 years on their 99-year homestead leases. And that is approaching for the rest of our homesteads. We need to contemplate what happens after that 199 years. What is the next step? Are we to take back all of those homesteads? What do we do next? So spending a little bit of time researching would be wonderful. I do have positions open. If anyone listening is a trained planner, please come. I can assign you this project right here. Okay, next.
Lily, can I comment on that real quick?
Sure. Hello, Mike.
I totally support number 5. That's a very excellent idea. We should have a plan in place already,
Agreed.
so that at such time that the government is friendlier to our cause, I mean, we're ready. You know what I mean? Not when we get one new administration that's supportive and then we start working on it.
Yeah.
It's a great idea from Waimanalo.
I agree. And I think that it's, you know, their intention was a pathway that would be useful to all of the different homesteads, not just for that area. I think the biggest challenge in planning office, why we have not made more progress on this in the last year, is mostly for us in the planning office, our staffing challenges. And so if we're able, you know, we should have 4 planner positions that will be vacant. If we can get all of those filled, then we would have the capacity to be able to do some of this research and attack some of these priority projects better. Mahalo. Sorry. Almost pow. Upcoming initiative. So this one just shows a map of that 52 acres in Waimanalo. Next slide. The red area is that 52 acres. You can see it's adjacent to the existing homesteads. That white area above the red and the yellow, that's the area where we'll be this evening, where the halau is, and where the business park and the Waimanalo, Kauhale will likely be cited. And that yellow area is what Riley was talking about earlier, and Kalani about potential area that we could add on to our homestead. Next slide. So where we're at right now, I'll skip over most of this, but I do want to jump to the design scenario. So for this 52 acres, we did beneficiary consultation. We floated the idea of what if we do 60% residential lots, 40% subsistence ag, and everybody was supportive. They had a few different options to choose from, and that was the one that was selected. Now that's meant to address the need for residential homestead because the Waimanalo area list is the longest area wait list. Area wait lists only existed prior to 1978. So if you applied after 1978, you're not on an area wait list, you're on the island wide. So every person on an area wait list has an application date before 1978. Currently in Waimanalo, at the most recent updated one, which I think is actually over a year out of date, 514 folks still on the Waimanalo area wait list, and it is by far the longest area wait list across the Pai'aina. Nanakuli is the second longest one. And again, this development is meant to not only tackle our long wait list, but also fulfill implementation of the regional plan. Last one, next slide. Ko'olau Foundation is looking at utilizing our lands in He'eia. They're in the due diligence process. They want to do some community use in that area since it is not suitable for homesteading. So at some point, they'll come before you folks for a long-term land disposition. That's all we have. Mahalo for your time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good job. Okay, any questions? I guess we've come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo for participating. Tonight's community meeting will start at 6:30, Waimanalo Hawaiian Homestead, Palau, at 41-253 Ilauhole Street, Waimanalo. Tomorrow's agenda starts at 9:30. Mahalo for attending. We are recessed for the day.
That's how old she is.